We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
And a very good Sunday evening to everybody out there. And thank you for watching the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. My name is Tony Calderone, and I will be facilitating the show for the first hour. And then your host, Ray Taylor, will be in at 9 p.m. to take you all the way to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we do have a loaded show for you tonight. I'm going to give you a quick rundown on tonight's show list, and then we'll get the auction started momentarily with this one of the most important pieces by Andrew Wyeth that you can collect, Teal's Island. We'll talk all about that one in just a second. That is from the famous Four Seasons portfolio. After that, I'm gonna have a very special lot of Farrah Fortnum artwork. I'm gonna be doing a high bidder's choice on 2 originals, and each original will come with an artist proof edition print with them. So we're gonna be doing that coming up right after the Andrew Wyeth. Then my last lot before Ray takes over will be a Kef earthenware charger with the decorations under the glaze. I do have the number 1 available, so we'll be bidding on the number 1 example. And then we will have an offer for the other couple examples in the edition. Coming up when Ray takes over, he's going to be starting his set with a Fernand Botero bronze, and then he has a 1716 Leonardo da Vinci. Lisa Mee, full-size original canvas, mixed media painting on canvas. Then we have pay attention to this one. I know this isn't something we have very often, but this is one of the founding members of the Impressionist art movement, Alfred Sisley. Very important original etching from 1892. After that, we have one of the Banksy offset prints on the record label cover with the album, framed up spectacularly. Great presentation on that. Then we have one of the hand-colored pochoir colotypes from the 1926 Noah portfolio by Paul Gauguin. Then we have a Kef original mixed media with a diamond dust under resin, and it's one of my favorite Kefs I've ever seen. It's like a red background, very cool colors on this Kef. Then we have a Mad Charcoal hand-signed original print. Then we have another one of our spectacular Jean-Claude Navarro's coming directly from the artist's personal collection from the estate. Then guys, I am telling you right now, Friday night we had one, the original Sierragrass by Fernand Léger, and it only went for like $750. Fernand Léger is one of the biggest names of 20th century art, so that's going to be third to the last lot of the night. We have another original Sierragraph, lifetime Sierragraph by Fernand Léger. Then we have one of the double-sided Banksys from the Ukraine series, one of the rare double-sided prints. And we're ending the show tonight with one of the most monumental, spectacular, original hand-signed etching and heliogravure by Salvador Dali. So we do have a museum quality show for you tonight, and I'm going to get the show started off with one of America's greatest treasures, one of America's greatest artists. I put him right number 2, right behind Andy Warhol. So let's get the auction started. Like I said, I have no problem putting Andrew Wyeth as America's second greatest artist. I always put Andy Warhol number 1. It's hard not to put Andy Warhol number 1. But Andrew Wyeth, to me, absolutely, I have no problem putting him number 2. And that's above guys like, Willem de Kooning and Jackson Pollock and John Singer Sargent, even James McNeill Whistler. I put Andrew Wyeth as number 2. So Andrew Wyeth was an American artist. He lived from 1917 to 2009. One of the most celebrated and recognizable 20th century visual artists, working primarily in the realist and regional traditions. Known for his somber palette and high level of precise detail, Wyeth dedicated his 7-decade career to painting the land, interior, and people of just 2 specific locations: his hometown of Chadsford, Pennsylvania, and his summer residence in Cushing, Maine. While mainstream 1940s art critics focused heavily on abstract expressionism, and that would be Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning and others alike, Wyeth forged his own independent path, creating works layered in emotional depth, quiet isolation, and mysterious undercurrents. His canvases were primarily egg tempera. Wyeth became a master of the ancient, painstaking technique of egg tempera painting. He mixed dry pigment with egg yolk and water to build up luminous, highly textured layers. He actually invented a watercolor technique that he called dry brush and watercolor. He utilized an explicit dry brush technique. This involved layering fine strokes over broad watercolor washes to achieve exquisite crispiness. Though he was technically a realist, Wyeth considered himself an abstractist at heart. He manipulated compositions to distill them to raw, pure emotion. And one of the greatest, you've got Andy Warhol's Marilyn, the original painting that he did in 1964. Then I'm going to put James McNeill Whistler's Mother as the number 2 most important American painting. The number 3 most important American painting of all time is by Andrew Wyeth, and it's in the permanent collection of the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. That, of course, is Christina's World, 1948. Other famous paintings that he did was Wind from the Sea in 1947. That one is in the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Art. Andrew was the youngest son of legendary American Golden Age illustrator N.C. Wyeth, who personally homeschooled and trained him due to Andrew's frail childhood health. The creative lineage continued through Andrew's wife, Betsy, James Wyeth, his son, who rigorously managed his career, and their other son, Jamie Wyeth, who is a predominant contemporary painter. So not only came from N.C. Wyeth, his father was a very famous American. He's from what they called the Golden Age of American illustrators, which of course was led by Norman Rockwell. But N.C. Wyeth was a big name in that time too. So a lineage of an art family from the grandfather to Andrew Wyeth to his son Jamie Wyeth. All of them professional artists, highly sought after. And right now you have a chance to bid on. Now this one is from a very important print portfolio, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But what I want to do right now is, why do I say Andrew Wyeth is our second most important American artist of all time? And I'm putting him in front of some big names. You've got James McNeill Whistler. Whistler's Mother. And the actual title, that's not the real title. It's actually called Arrangement in Gray and Black, but it's been coined Whistler's Mother over the years. I'm putting him ahead of Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, a lot of the great American artists that we've come to love. Andrew Wyeth, to me, is the most decorated and credentialed artist America ever produced. I'm going to back that up with some information right here for you. Did you know in 1947, he won the gold medal for painting from the American Academy of Arts and Letters? Big deal. In 1952, he won the gold medal at the American Watercolor Society, which is one of the greatest institutions for painters, the American Watercolor Society. It's been around since the mid-1800s, the American Watercolor Society. So he won the gold medal there in 1952. So he got a gold medal in 1947 at the Academy of Arts and Letters, and then he got the gold medal in 1952 from the American Watercolor Society. But that's not all, folks. In 1963, he was the first painter ever to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I'm going to keep going with these accolades. In in 2007, he won the National Medal of Arts, awarded at the White House in 2007. In 1988, he won the Congressional Medal of Freedom in 1988, the highest civilian honor that the U.S. Congress can give to a U.S. citizen. So in 1988, he wins the Congressional Gold Medal, awarded to him by Congress. This is a big deal, guys. We don't get a lot. Wyeth did not do a lot of prints in his lifetime. And I'm going to talk why that's so special and why this is so special in just a second. I'm just trying to give you guys a good feel for how important and how many accolades, awards, and credentials this artist does have. Now, this is the biggest ones to me. Now, pay attention to this. His international elections, meaning other countries that elected him to their fine arts academies. So his international elections included, he was elected to the French Academy of Fine Arts in 1977. Huge deal. Now, the bigger deal than that to me is, in 1980, he was the second living American artist. John Singer Sargent would have been the first. He was the second American living artist to ever be elected to Britain's Royal Academy. If you know anything about the Royal Academy, it's been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. Some of the greatest artists in history out of England were members of that society. So in 1980, he was elected. The second only time in history a living American artist was elected to the Britain's Royal Academy. That's why this is why I'm looking for $5,000 to $7,000 on this. Now, this one really takes the cake to me. This is what was going on between the Soviet Union and the United States in 1977. We were knee deep in the Cold War, which had been going on for decades already. In 1977, deep in the Cold War between the US and Soviet Union, Andrew Wyeth was elected to the Soviet Academy of Fine Arts. That is unheard of. So not only was he elected to the French Society of Artists, he was elected to Britain's Royal Academy, but he was also elected to the Soviet Academy of Fine Arts. Guys, that's why I said minimum $5,000 on this. He has 2 museums completely dedicated to his own works. The Brandywine River Museum and Arts in Chatsford, Pennsylvania, and the Farnsworth Art Museum in Rockland, Maine. His artwork is also included in the Greenville County Museum of Arts in Greenville, South Carolina. They're known for holding one of his best public collections of his watercolors. He's in the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Art. They own Helga, which is one of his most famous paintings, and they have numerous other paintings. About 2 years ago, my son and I took a train trip from Atlanta to Washington, spent 3 days in Washington going through the Smithsonian, the National Gallery, the Portrait Gallery, all the monuments, and they have a little room dedicated to Andrew Wyeth at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. He's also in the permanent collection of the Smithsonian Art Institute in Washington, D.C., and he's in the permanent collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, better known as the Met, and obviously Christina's World, which is one of the most important American paintings ever, is in the permanent collection of the MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. I'm going to measure this for you real quick, and then we're going to get into what makes this so special. On the frame now, you got 25 by 20, 25 by 20 on the frame. So I just gave you about 15 to 20 different reasons why we should be easily at $5,000. And like I said before, we do not get a lot. He did not do a lot of prints in his lifetime. Andrew Wyeth, He did do some prints, but he was primarily a watercolorist and an oil painter. He did some collotypes. And what makes this so special to me, this was actually commissioned, this portfolio was commissioned by the American Arts and Letters Society of America in conjunction with the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And what is this? This is from a portfolio titled Four Seasons. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 prints in the Four Seasons. That includes The Berry Picker. We sold Britain's Mill on Friday night. There's one called Burning Off, Canvasbacks, which we have on tomorrow night's show, The Corner of 1953, Early October, May Day, New Leaves, Quaker Ladies, Spring Sun, Storing Up, and last but not least, the one that we are presenting to you today, Teal's Island. Now let me tell you all about Teal's Island. Like I said, guys, these are very, very rare. There's not a lot of them out there, especially in mint condition at this point. The Four Seasons portfolio is a 1963 limited edition portfolio by American realist Andrew Wyeth, featuring 12 lithographs, and it was the preface was written by the Whitney Museum director Lloyd Goodrich, and the theme centered around Chatsford, Pennsylvania. It typically trades on the secondary market, prints starting at $4,200 and going all the way up to 5 figures. That's why I'm saying I'm looking for $5,000 and up. And Teal's Island is one of the most desirable images. I think that's why they saved the best for last when they were talking about it. So now you know you're bidding on a historical American document by the second greatest American artist ever, Andrew Wyeth. You're getting Teal's Island, which is one of the most desirable images of the 12 in the portfolio. So what is Teal's Island? Teal's Island is a famous, and it was done, the original dry brush and watercolor was done in 1954 by American realist Andrew Wyeth. It depicts an abandoned rowboat belonging to his neighbor, the Maine lobsterman Henry Teal, capturing a quiet, translucent sense of human life. Teal's Island lies about a mile off the coast of Port Clyde, Maine, where the Wyeth family spent their summers. Henry Teal had pulled his small boat up on the bank and went to the mainland, and where he passed away. Wyeth was deeply moved by the sight of the decaying boat left behind, viewing it as a symbol of the fragile and temporary nature of life. Rendered in Wyeth's signature meticulous dry brush technique, which he did invent, that dry brush technique, highlighting rustic textures of the coastal landscape and the weathered boat. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm only at $375. I'm looking for a minimum of $5,000. What I just read to you, they said that these prints go from between $4,200 all the way up to 5 figures. That's why I'm saying, and being one of the most desirable images from the portfolio, that's why I said we should be at a minimum $5,000. I just gave you, there's not many artists in history of the world that have the credentials, the awards, and the accolades Andrew Wyeth was bestowed upon him during his lifetime. He is an American legend. He's an American icon, and I'm under $500. I'm gonna give it one last minute. I will bid this out. I've got several big pieces to get through in the first hour, so I'm not gonna drag my feet very much. I highly, highly, highly recommend bidding on, if it stays under $2,500, you cannot do any better than that. And right now I'm only at $400 bid. Andrew Wyeth, America is one of America's greatest treasures when it comes to the art world. Like I said, in my mind, he's our second greatest artist that America's ever produced. And we've had a lot of great artists in our short period of our country's existence. But I'm gonna put him right behind. It's hard not to put Andy Warhol number one. Andy Warhol changed the world, art world. But Andrew Wyeth, like I said, he came up and invented that dry brush technique, which was his signature technique when he would paint in watercolor. So what makes an artist last throughout history? Revolutionizing art, coming up with a new style, a new movement. Andrew Wyeth was all that and then some. And I feel strongly about Andrew Wyeth. Like I said, I try to support all of our American artists, but he is second only to Andy Warhol. Second only to Andy Warhol in the history of art, in American art history. So once again, guys, I just wanted to repeat one more time. Not only was he elected to the French Society of Artists, not only was he elected to the Britain's Royal Academy, in 1977 he was also elected to the Soviet Academy of Fine Arts, and dead in the middle of the Cold War. Nobody else, no other American artists have ever accomplished that. He's got 2 of his own museums dedicated to him. This is one of our national treasures, guys. That's why he's prominent at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. That's why he's prominent in the Smithsonian. That's why he's prominent in the National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. He's in the Met and the MoMA. Doesn't get any bigger than that, but I got to bid it out. I've got a $500 bid. Let's bid it out, guys. I got $500 looking for $550. I've got $500 looking for $550. Thank you for your bids. I got $550 looking for $6. I got $550 looking for a $600 bid. You could do no better. You could do a lot worse. You cannot do any better than that. I'm still at $550. $550. All right, last call, fair warning. $550 going once. I got $550 going twice. I've got $600. Thank you for your bid. I got $6. Look, anything under $1,000 is unheard of, especially when got it in a $400 or $500 frame. So once again, I feel very strongly. I've studied Andrew Wyeth. I've read all about him. He's one of my favorite American artists of all time, hands down. I wouldn't even say just American. I also just say artist overall. There's something atmospheric, something emotional about his paintings. And I will tell you this much. When you're in a room full of Andrew Wyeth paintings, it can get pretty emotional. It can get overwhelming. I'm not a softie. I'm not, Mr. Emotional. But you know what? My son and I spent about 35, 40 minutes just staring at about 8 different Andrew Wyeth paintings. And I was trying to relate, and my son was 12 years old at the time. And I was really trying to relate to him the importance and tell him the history of Andrew Wyeth, just so he would, feel a little bit of the pride that, this is one of the greatest artists America ever produced. And I do love our country, and I love Andrew Wyeth, and nothing is more American. And his father, N.C. Wyeth, was probably the second greatest illustrator in America, right behind Norman Rockwell. So, comes from a long lineage of fine artists. Andrew Wyeth was an American icon. All right, last call, fair warning. I've got $800 going once. I've got $800 going twice. Like I said, I've got a pair of a high bidder's choice on a pair of Farrah Fortnum. $850, thank you for your bid. Coming up next, each one will come with a limited edition artist proof. And then after that, I have a number 1 of the Kef Chargers that I'm going to be doing right before Ray takes over. So we got a full first hour, so I got to move on, guys. I've got $900 looking for $950. I got $900 looking for $950. I've got $900 looking for $950. I've got $900 going once. Thank you for everybody tuning in early. $950, thank you for that bid. I got $950. Now we're looking for $1,000. I got $950 looking for $1,000. One last $50 bid before we get in the $100 bid. I got $1,000. Thank you for your bid. We hit the 4 figures. I feel a little bit better about that than I did the one on Friday night that we sold for like $700, and that was Britain's Mill. But like I said, Teal's Island, one of the more highly desirable images in the Four Seasons. But I've got $1,000 going once. Going twice. Congratulations. Sold. I'll be right back.
Enter the vibrant world of Farrah Fortnum, a contemporary artist whose canvas stretches from intimate studio pieces to the arresting power of street art. Based in Bristol, UK, Farrah channels her creativity into a passionate dialogue about our planet, urging us to see, feel, and act. Farrah's art is a compelling fusion of color and conscience. Working with bold palettes and fluid forms, she transforms spaces, whether it's the side of a building breathing life into the urban landscape or a canvas that draws you in. Her distinctive style captures both the beauty and the fragility of the natural world, making every piece a statement. At the heart of Farrah Fortnum's work lies a profound connection to environmentalism. Deeply moved by the urgent need to protect our ecosystems, particularly rainforests, she uses her art as a vehicle for awareness and change. Each brushstroke is imbued with purpose, highlighting the climate crisis and celebrating the resilience of nature. Her impactful work resonates widely, featured in platforms like the renowned Upfest Street Art Festival, and created in collaboration with organizations such as the Rainforest Alliance. Farrah Fortnum is not just creating art, she's fostering conversations, building bridges, and painting a vision for a more sustainable future, one powerful image at a time. For collectors seeking art with beauty, depth, and meaning, Farrah Fortnum offers a unique opportunity to invest in a voice that matters. Discover the world through her eyes here at the Fine Art Auction.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to adjust this just a little bit so we can get some of that glare off of it for you. It's hard once we get multiple pieces on the set. Oh, that looks perfect, actually. All right, I'm happy with that. Dave, good job. Thank you for that. I'm going to do something a little different. We don't do a lot of this on this show, but I wanted to give everybody an opportunity. I'm going to be doing a high bidder's choice. So what are you looking at? The one on the far left of your screen, that is an original painting. The one in the middle is the limited edition, hand-signed, artist-proof print. And then the one on the right, the far right, is another original painting by Farrah Fortnum. So winning bidder, high bidder's choice. So what does that mean? Well, you're bidding, you'll be bidding. Whoever the high bidder is at the end of the presentation will get their choice of which painting they want, or they can take both at ×2 the money. And each winning bidder, if somebody takes both paintings, they'll get 2 of the limited edition prints with it. If each painting sells to somebody different, each winning bidder will receive one of the hand-signed limited edition prints by Farrah Fortnum. Guys, this is a unique opportunity. She is I was going to say rising star, but wow, she's already on the scene, and she's one of our biggest artists that we have in our collection of artists that we carry on the show. She's doing international, monumental size mural paintings all over the world, especially in her home country of England. But I mean, she's got murals all over Europe, in Australia, in the United States. She is a superstar, and we're glad to have her. We had her on the show, I guess it's been about 6 months now. We had her live in the studio, and I got to have lunch with her one day. Awesome person. She puts her money where her mouth is when she's a big environmentalist. Everything she does is about the environment and global conservation, and she lives it like she talks it. Let me tell you, she believes and she lives by her own words. So she's not one of those people that talk a lot, and no, she dedicates a lot of her time and energy and effort to environmental conservation and protecting the environment across the world. So let's talk about Farrah Fortnum a little bit. Once again, you'll see the numbers. The one on your left has a number 1 under it. The one on the right has a number 2 under it. So winning bidder, if you win the bid and you only want one of the 2, you'll just tell your phone rep which number you want. And then we will offer, if they don't take both, we'll offer the other painting to the underbidders. We'll see how it all shakes out. But I've got a 300 opener. Thank you for your bid. So once again, winning bidder, you're going to get one in the middle is a hand-signed limited edition print. It's from an artist-proof edition. Each painting will come with one of those limited editions. So this is an art collector's dream. Now, I would say this. If this stays under $8,000, if you could get both of these paintings at $4,000 each with the free artist proof, I would take both. I don't think that I'm going to get $4,000 each, unfortunately. Sorry, Farrah. I'll do my best, but it is our show. So, but if you get these at $2,500 each, I would take both. That's just my personal thought. But once again, wonderful presentation on matching frames. Same size, same presentation. They would look wonderful in anybody's collection. So let's go ahead and show the certs real quick. I'll get that out of the way, and then we'll get into talking a little bit about Farrah. Farrah Fortnum, British artist. She was born in 1977. That would be the one on the left. Number 1 is Overjoyed. Original acrylic painting on paper, signed by the artist lower right. A unique work executed by Fortnum in her studio in 2026. Then, cert number 2. All the information is exactly the same except for the title. So number 2 on your screen, the one on the far right, is titled Canopy. Everything's the same, a unique original acrylic painting on paper, signed by the artist, executed in 2026. Then, if I could pull this out, I will show you this is the cert for the hand-signed print. So the hand-signed print, the title is Infinite Peace. It's a giclée of archival pigment on wove paper, signed, hand-signed by the artist lower right and numbered lower left. It is an edition of art, it's an artist-proof edition of only 25 in the world. So once again, if two different people win each painting, each one of you will receive one of the artist-proof prints. If my high bidder decides to take both, you'll get 2 of the prints. Or, you know what I'll do is, if my high bidder ends up taking both for ×2 the money, now this, you're not bidding on the pair, this is a high bidder's choice. So if, say the bid settles out at $2,000, it would be ×2 the money. But if my high bidder, I'll tell you this, if my high bidder does win both, I can either include 2 of the same limited edition print, or I will find you another different Farrah Fortnum print if the high bidder takes both. So once again, let's talk a little bit about Farrah Fortnum. I hope that makes sense to everybody out there. I want everybody to understand what they're doing, what they're bidding on, and how this process works. We don't do a lot of high bidder's choice. I thought these looked pretty cool together, and I thought somebody might want the opportunity to collect both of them, right? Darren said he would collect both of them. He ×2 the money, why not? You know, like I said, if you could get both of these paintings at $5,000, that'd be $2,500 each. I mean, these in gallery settings or at exhibitions are easily going to be $6,000 to $8,000, 6,000 to 8,000 pounds in her home country, 6,000 to 8,000 euros, or 6,000 to 8,000 USD American dollars. Pretty much global currency here, guys. Like I said, she is an international superstar. Farrah Fortnum is a prominent Bristol-based contemporary environmental artist renowned for her vivid, large-scale public murals, abstract conversion-themed canvas paintings. Her works heavily focus on climate crisis awareness, rewilding, and the protection of the rainforest and ocean ecosystems. Her notable murals. After painting her first public wall during the COVID lockdown, Farrah has been commissioned to complete hundreds. Listen to what I just said. She has been commissioned since COVID. She did her first mural during COVID. Since COVID, she has been commissioned to do hundreds, not 10, not 20, not 30, hundreds of murals across the UK, all of Europe, and the United States. Key examples include the Vincent van Gogh exhibition mural, a highly publicized, stunning, live painted mural created in Bristol to coincide with the immersive Van Gogh exhibition. The Windmill Hill Earth Day Memorial, a magical large-scale mural painted on Kensal Road near the Victoria Park Primary School in Bristol. It features a honeybee pollinating the earth against a starry backdrop to promote planetary rewilding. Arts in the Hospital Car Park, a site-specific July 23 installation commissioned by the Dorset County Hospital to transform a dark car park environment into an uplifting space. Now, if you don't know, in England, they don't call it a parking lot, they call it a car park, which kind of makes sense. She also did international murals. Her custom environmental wall paintings span across diverse landscapes in Sweden and France. International murals, like I said, she's got them all over Europe. But I thought that was a key phrase there. Since COVID, she's been commissioned to paint over 100 murals across Europe. That is huge. We don't have too many artists that have those kind of credentials and that kind of work out there that we can offer. And obviously, you can see by our bid at $900 for one of her originals, why we don't get more of artists like Farrah Fortnum. But we're glad to have her. She is one of our biggest stars, and I hope we can keep her around for a long time. Exhibitions and galleries. While celebrated for street art, Fortnum maintains an active studio practice showcasing fine arts across global platforms. She did a solo exhibition called Under the Tracks, a Tokyo, Japan exhibition held at the I don't even want to try to pronounce that, Gallery Street, highlighting her floating, bold forest and ocean economy paintings. Tobacco factory exhibitions, two highly received solo exhibitions curated by David Bain at the Bristol's iconic tobacco factory to promote her vibrant eco messages. And of course, she is a superstar. Now, this is one of the biggest, it might be the big, no, I'm going to say it. I'll say it right now. Upfest in Bristol is the biggest gathering of street artists in the world every year. And she does a mural every year. She's a superstar. That's called the Upfest in Bristol. It is the biggest gathering yearly of the greatest street artists on the planet. It has featured Shepard Fairey, it's featured Banksy, it featured Bloch Leroy, it has featured Mr. Brainwash, and it has featured Farrah Fortnum. Guys, these are $8,000 paintings each, and I'm at $950. I've got $1,000. I appreciate your bid. Once again, I want to remind everybody, we are doing the high bidder's choice. Now, I know a lot of times we'll do the pair bidding or 2-for-1 money. This is a little different. High bidder, like I said, if the bid ends at $2,000, the high bidder will have a chance to collect both at ×2 the money, or just take the one they want, and then we'll offer the other one to the backup bidders. But if it stays under $10,000 for the pair, I would highly recommend taking both. And you're going to get the limited edition print for each painting. That's a big deal. This is an art collector's dream come true. And I'm only at $1,000, and my clock is ticking, guys. Let's talk about a little bit more. Her World Earth Day presentation in Bristol was internationally recognized. And like I said, the Upfest Street Art Festival, she is a superstar. And I cannot overemphasize enough that is the biggest gathering in the world they held every year. It's held every year, the Upfest. Every international street artist in the world makes the pilgrimage to Upfest to exhibit their art, to mingle with their compatriots and their counterparts. It is, I mean, Ray and I talked about it. This is something I have to see. I have to see this Upfest at some point. I believe it's already been held this year, hasn't it? I think it was a couple months ago, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to look it up. But when she was here last time, she was like, oh yeah, you guys should come over. I would love to go. I want to see London, obviously, but I will take that trip to Bristol to the Upfest. Because like I said, hundreds and hundreds of the greatest street artists in the world all descend on Upfest once a year to exhibit together, to collab, as the kids say, to do a collabs. It must be a spectacle. And it's like a 2-week-long festival. It's not just a couple days. It's held over a 2-week period. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we can't offer you many artists that are going to be bigger, hundreds of murals, hundreds of commissioned murals across England, not just England, France, Sweden, and other parts of Europe. She's working on some projects here that are coming up in the US. And I'm stuck at $1,000. No other bids. I've got $1,100. Thank you for your bid. You know what, guys? I'm going to give you one more minute on the clock. I will drop the hammer at 1 minute. Once again, we're doing a high bidder's choice. But each winning bidder will get, Dave, if you could give me could you focus on the print in the middle? This one's called Infinite Peace. That one measures 23 by 23, hand signed and numbered from the artist proof edition by Farrah Fortnum. Each painting will come with an example of the artist proof edition framed just like that. Guys, this is a wonderful presentation. Wonderful presentation. And I'm at $1,100. All right, Dave, give me a wide shot of everything. That is spectacular. Like I said, if you can get these under $2,500 each, high bidder, I highly recommend taking them both. Plus, you're getting a $1,200 hand-signed artist proof and a $300 frame. This is quite the bargain, I would say. I don't know what else to say. It's quite the bargain at this point. And my high bidder is only at, what, $1,200. All right, I got $1,200 looking for 13. I got $1,200 looking 13. Thank you for your bid. All right, I've got $1,300 looking for 14. I got $1,300 looking for 14. I've got $1,400 looking for 15. I've got $1,400 looking for a $1,500 bid. I've got $1,400. Remember, you're getting the limited edition artist proof with each painting. And once again, $1,500 at this price. I would highly recommend High Bidder. Take them both. I've got $1,500 looking for $1,600. I've got $1,500 looking for a $1,600 bid. I've got $1,500 looking. Could you believe I tried to go see the Odyssey yesterday and it's still, every IMAX theater is still sold out all day. So I got to see Spider-Man, which was cool. I loved it. Anthony loved it. But yeah, I can't believe that Odyssey is still, every IMAX theater in Atlanta was sold out for the whole day, Saturday, so from the morning till night. So good for you, Christopher Nolan. I was a big Christopher Nolan fan. His first movie he ever did called Following, it's a black and white movie. It is spectacular. And his second movie he did called Memento with Guy Pearce, one of my favorite movies of all time. All right, back to the art. I got $1,600 going once. I've got $1,600 going twice. Once again, if you're not the high bidder, maybe you might want to stay on the phone and see if the high bidder takes both. If not, you'll have a chance at the other one. I've got $1,700 looking for $18. I've got $1,700 looking for $18. I've got $1,700 looking for an $1,800 bid. I've got $1,700 going once. And I had to throw the Christopher Nolan thing in there. I actually originally started in the film industry. I worked for the Directors Guild for 7 years. I used to work on feature films. And I was a film student at Florida State University for a short period of time. But all right, that's it, guys. Who's my high bidder? Kim, who's my high bidder? You can just tell me the phone rep name. Jenny is my high bidder. I would highly recommend is Jenny, can you ask them if they're going to take both or just one? And then I can let the people know that are holding on the phone to see which one's available. I've got $1,700. I'm just going to say sold at $1,700 to Jenny. I'm just trying to figure out. I would highly recommend taking them both at that price, times two, because you're going to get both print. You're going to get 2 prints and 2 paintings, but it would be times 2 to $1,700. So if you could let me know momentarily. I know Jenny's online working, so it's hard to communicate. You know how the world changed during COVID. People wanted to work from home. I can't really go forward until I know if she's taking both or just the one. Okay, number 2 is sold. Dave, could you focus on number 1 for me and the print together? I'll roll number 2 out so nobody gets confused. Would you like it at $1,600, Mike? Would that be underbid at $1,600? All right, number 1 is sold. Both of the winning bidders will get Infinite Piece, the limited edition print, included with it. Congratulations to both my bidders.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California! Sold it under my...
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for cash.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back live at the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. Ray Taylor is standing right next to me. I think he wanted to kick me in the shin for selling those Farrah Fortnum so low, but hey, if anybody should know, Ray should know, that's just the way it goes around here. I do apologize, Farrah, if you're watching, but you know what? We do the best we can. And once again, I want to thank all of our bidders, everybody watching, even if you're just watching, even if you just call to say hello. We want to make sure everybody knows we appreciate every bid, winning bidders, underbidders, people that participate, people that are just watching to enjoy the show. We love you all. Thank you for watching. And now we have an opportunity. You have an opportunity. And if I could get in the red banner on the screen, bidding on Artist Proof #1. Now, I will say this. The example of this charger that I have in front of you, this is actually not #1, but I have verified #1 is available. So my high bidder will receive Artist Proof #1. So let's be clear about that. I want to make sure everybody knows what they're doing. High bidder, the highest bidder on this will receive Artist Proof #1. Let's go ahead and show the cert real quick on this one. So you got, oh, sorry, my bad. That's all right. I make mistakes all the time. All right, artist is Kef, German, born in 1989. The title of this piece is Lotus from the Shadow Sea #15. Original earthenware charger with decoration in color under glaze. This is from the Artist Proof edition of only 20 in the world. Extremely rare. Okay, let's go back to the art. So everybody knows what they're bidding on. Now these, I will tell you, these measure 16 inches round. So it's, it's a circle. So it's 16 inches all the way around. Now what I want to do is I want to spin it around very carefully, very slowly, and show you the back. So you know it is hand signed, Kef, 2026. He did sign it with his full proper name too, Simon Rowland. This is from the EA edition or Artist Proof edition of only 20 in the world. The one I have on the studio or the set here tonight is #8 of 20. High bidder, you will receive #1. You are bidding on I don't have #1 here, but I know we have it. It will be shipped out. And I will do this. Winning high bidder of #1, if you want it framed, I will have it framed for the high bidder for no charge. #1 only. I can only do that on the #1. And if you see here at the very top, you've got the engraved blind stamp of the ceramic studio, Morandi Studios. So all the bells and whistles, not only signed with this tag Kef, but full name Simon Rowland, Artist Proof edition of only 20, dated 2026. And I've got a $200 opener. Thank you for your bid. I'm going to carefully swing it back around. Oh, these are just beautiful. I don't have any of these. I need to get one of these at some point. But you know what's funny is I don't have any Kef. I have 0 Kef in my collection. I'm going to have to change that at some point. But yeah, at this point right now, I don't have any Kef. So next time I see him, I'll have to take him out to dinner and see if I can get a couple beers in him and give me one of them. Right, Ray? Get a couple German beers in him and see if I can get a painting out of him next time I see him when I take him to dinner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all my regular viewers, you guys are very familiar with Kef. We've been working with him since about 2017. And we talked about Farrah Fortnum on the last one, and she is an international superstar. Kef is an explosion on the international scene. Over the last 9-10 years, he is one of the most highly sought after artists in the world. I'm not just saying that because I'm presenting one, or I consider him a friend, or he's part of our wonderful contingent of artists that we represent here. We've handled hundreds of artists over the years. Ray and I have been together for 20 plus years now. We've handled hundreds of artists. I've got a $500. Remember, once again, guys, you're bidding on #1. And I will have it framed, no cost for the #1 high bidder if they want it framed. You don't have to have it framed. Sometimes I like 3D art that's just, like sculptures or something like that. But some people do like the framing on them. So you know what? High bidder on #1, and I can only do this on #1, I apologize. But on #1, if they want it framed, I will have it framed at no charge. That's only for the #1 that we're bidding on. So like I was saying before, we've had hundreds and hundreds of artists. All different, all different parts of the world, all different styles. We've had Martine de la Louf, from the president of the Paris Salon, Christine Oberthur, the vice president, Wayne Ensred, international American superstar, Lisa Mee. But I have never seen anything from 2017. His paintings were selling for about $2,000 back then. I mean, I have never seen an artist personally, like seeing it, in real time, being a part of it, that have shot through the stratosphere like this guy. And I tell you what, I think it's because his artwork is completely non-derivative. There's nothing like him out there. And there are a lot of artists out there. I've already seen them online. Kef style, in the manner of Kef. This is not Kef, but a lot of people are trying to, but completely non-derivative. And it's global. There's no regionalism to it. There's no, nationality to it. It spans the globe. Anybody at any part of the world can enjoy his artwork because like I said, there's no regionalism to it. It is for everybody. And I believe that's his goal. Now, he is a devout, practicing Buddhist, and he believes it, he lives it, breathes it. That's the way he lives his life. And he's one of the most kind, soft-spoken, humble. You would think if someone could have gone to anybody's head, it could have been him. And let me explain something to you, and I'm just going to say this. He doesn't need us anymore. We helped him we got him a lot of publicity and a lot of exposure. But at this point in his career, he is backlogged 5 years. I think it's just because of the great relationship and we've all become friends over the years that he continues to work with us. Because he does not need us at all anymore. That is just the reality. So thank you for sticking in there with us, Simon. We love you, and we look forward to many more years to come working with you. And once again, I'm only at a $500 bid. I want to remind everybody, you are bidding on Artist Proof number 1. Now, why do I say he is an explosion on the international scene? Last time he was here, he was leaving Atlanta, going back to Florida, and then heading to China. He told me he could spend the next 5 years in China doing commission works that he has lined up just in China, but he doesn't want to spend, he'll go there for 3 months at a time. Then he'll go back home to Berlin. Then he'll come over here. He comes over here to the U.S. twice a year. He is so highly in demand. Some of his commission works include Porsche, BMW, Urban Outfitters, PayPal, Google. These are the biggest companies in the world. And he has been commissioned to do works for all of those companies. That's why I say he's an international, global superstar. He's got murals in China, all over Europe, in the US. He's had one-man museum shows already. He's only, 37 years old? He's already had one-man museum shows. He's had hundreds of group exhibitions and shows. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger in the living art world. I mean, maybe if you're talking Banksy or something like that, but as commission works go and as international in-demand artists go, you cannot really, at the present moment, it doesn't get much bigger than Kef. And like I said, I've had a front row seat for the last 9+ years to watch him. And you know what? I'll be the first to admit it. When Ray first brought him and showed it to me, I was like, I looked at, well, boy, was I wrong. I was just like, I don't know. It's cool, but I don't know, I don't know. And when Ray first saw him, he thought that they were computer generated. And he had to pull out a jeweler's loupe and examine them closely to the originals. And he thought that he thought it was computer generated. He might be hand coloring them. But no, they were all hand painted. And like I said, when I first saw them, it didn't dawn on me. And I'm wrong once in a while, and I'm glad I was wrong. And I mean, like I said, it has been a joy and a pleasure and an honor to be part of this for the last 9-10 years, to watch him go from doing small gallery shows, a little appearance at the Paris Salon, to now, like I said, he doesn't need us anymore. He has work lined up for the next 5 or 10 years. His future is secure. His place in history is already secured. And like I said, I think he just has a global appeal Because, you know, a lot of art either has a message behind it, could be politically motivated, or it's regional art, regionalism. You know, it could appeal to somebody, it's a painting of a specific landscape of a place. Or, you know, it could appeal for an American buyer, but not a European buyer. Kef busts all those barriers. He is completely non-derivative. His style is him and him alone. He has that visual recognizability already that when you see his work, you know it's his work. And like I said, there are a lot of artists online already imitating him. So yes, once again, and the greatest part about this is you know this is coming directly from the artist. So let's go ahead and show the cert. Did I show the cert on this one? I think I already did, so I apologize. I did it at the beginning of the... All right, guys, I'm going to give you one last minute. Once again, I want to remind you, you are bidding on artist proof number one. Number one. Winning bidder on artist proof number one, if you want it framed, I don't have a sample to show you how they look framed, but I'm sure a lot of my regular viewers know it. It's a beautiful shadow box frame. They leave the back open so you can see the signatures. It's a beautiful presentation. But once again, high bidder on artist proof number one, I will, if you want it framed, I will frame it at no additional charge. Unfortunately, I can only do that for example number one. Typically, we charge $250 for the framing, and I promise you, if you try to get that frame duplicated at a retail framing environment, it would be $600 to $700. They're heavy frames, they're shadow box, they got two plexi pieces on front and back. They leave the back open so you can see the numbering and the signatures on the back. It is a beautiful presentation frame. But once again, I like collecting sculptures and what I call 3D art, so you might just want it to present it like it is right now. That's fine. But you do, winning bidder, high bidder on number one, you will have the option to have it framed at no additional charge. So once again, we are bidding on artist proof number one. On Friday night, I think number one went for $2,500. So you're doing very well on this one. I'm only at $1,500. Once again, they might take it out of my next check, but I'll go ahead and say I'll get the number one frame for you. Ray said he'll pitch in half. He's good for 125 bucks, right, Ray? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and bid it out. I've got $1,500 looking for 16. I've got $1,500 looking for 16. Once again, artist proof number one. There's only one number one. It's only an edition of 20 in the artist proofs. I haven't seen any of the regular editions, so I don't even know. They might be spread across the world at this point. But once again, you are bidding on number one. $1,500 going once. $1,500. You got to be quick though, guys. I got $1,500 looking for 16. I've got $1,500. Once again, I will have number one framed at no additional charge. That's saving you $250 right there. That's just the kind of guy I am. I like to save you. I can't save you much more money though. It's hard to, you know, I don't even know how we keep the lights on half the time around here anyway. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I got $1,500 going once, $1,500 going twice. Who's my high bidder, Bev? Do they want it framed? No charge for the frame if they want it. Perfect. Congratulations to my winning bidder. Sold. Congratulations. Stay with me right there, Dave. Let's go ahead and drop. I'm sorry, I got 3 late callers right there. It's already sold. Number one's gone. I apologize, guys. All right, drop the current bid. Now, I only have 3 other examples from the artist proof edition. Number one sold for $1,500 plus the premium, and I had that one framed for them. Congratulations to my high bidder. I have 3 other examples from the artist proof edition. I will do the other 3 tonight and tonight only. I only have 3 opportunities here. I'll do them at $995, no buyer's premium. $995, no buyer's premium, only 3 opportunities here. Now, I can't include the framing. I apologize. Yeah. I don't make enough money to pay for everybody's framing. I would love to if I did. If I had the money, I'd pay for everybody's framing. You get a frame, and you get a frame, and you get a frame. But no, $995, no buyer's premium. Give me a 2-minute clock. I only have 3 opportunities here. Under $1,000, and if you would like it framed, it would be an additional $250. But once again, you can collect it just like it is now. I would display it just like it is now. They're wonderful displayed like that. But $9.95, no buyer's premium. I only have 3 opportunities here, guys. $9.95, no buyer's premium. I got less than 2 minutes on the clock. Ray's going to be taking over here in just a couple minutes. He's going to be kicking off his set with a Fernand Botero bronze. It's been a pleasure hosting the first hour with everybody. I always like talking to everybody and touching base. So once again, $9.95, no buyer's premium. So you're just paying the $9.95, a little bit of shipping and handling, and if your state charges tax, I can't do anything about that. I can't fight the man for you. I wish I could, but all right, one's gone, so I only have 2 left at that price. $9.95, no buyer's premium. My dad told me when I was very young, there's 3 letters you don't mess with: the I, the R, and the S. Leave them alone. My dad was the classic guy. He would always send $5 more. He just didn't want to ever have a heart, didn't want to ever hear from him. If it was $10,000, I'd give you $10,005. I'm going to give you $5 extra, just leave me alone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 2 opportunities. One's gone at that price, a $9.95, no buyer's premium. And I've got 2 opportunities left. I'm surprised they didn't sell out. Second one is gone. Now we are down to 1. 1 available at that price. Cleo, that's a great deal, isn't it? Fantastic deal. Cleo's nodding her head. Yeah, she agrees. Once again, guys, I only have 1 left at $9.95, no buyer's premium. I'm about to pull the plug on this one, but once again, 1 more opportunity. The next caller that calls in and says, I want it, you can have it. Once again, I'll give you 1 more quick look at it. $9.95, no buyer's premium. You're getting one of the examples between number 2 and number 20 of the artist's proofs, signed by Kef, with his moniker Kef and his full name, Simon Rowland. Numbered on the back, dated 2026. Absolutely beautiful. Still have that 1 opportunity left, guys, at $9.95, no buyer's premium. Dave, let's roll the Botero video. Ray will be up in just a minute.
Fernando Botero, a renowned Colombian artist, has captivated the world with his unique and distinctive style known as Boterismo. His exaggerated, voluminous forms extend across paintings, drawings, and, most notably, sculptures. Botero's sculptures are instantly recognizable. These inflated, almost balloon-like forms are not whimsical choices, but deliberate artistic strategies. Through these exaggerated forms, Botero explores themes of volume, space, and form, challenging conventional perceptions of beauty and proportion. Botero's bronze sculptures have left a significant mark on public art and urban landscapes. From New York to Paris to his hometown of Medellin, his monumental sculptures transform city squares and parks, making art an integral part of everyday life. One of Botero's hallmarks is the universality of his work. The exaggerated forms transcend cultural and linguistic barriers, inviting a global audience to engage and reflect. His satirical depictions of political figures and clergy add a layer of social commentary, making complex themes accessible and engaging. Creating these sculptures requires immense technical skill and craftsmanship. Despite their exaggerated proportions, Botero's sculptures convey a wide range of human emotions. They exude warmth, humor, and humanity, inviting viewers to connect on a personal level. His exploration of the human form and emotion adds depth to his work, securing his legacy in the annals of art history. Fernando Botero's contributions, unique vision, and cultural identity resonate through his sculptures, celebrating not just his personal expression, but also his rich Colombian heritage. I never wanted to paint skinny people, because that's not what touched my heart. Fernando Botero.
You rehearse and you rehearse and you rehearse and you forget to turn on your microphone. Do I get a do-over? No, it's live TV. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Taylor, and welcome to the Fine Art Auction. I do need adult supervision. Thank you, David. Gosh, what a mess. Nevertheless, the show must go on. We have a world-class collection. What I was saying before Dave informed me my microphone was off was that I'm looking at a Salvador Dali right now that is so surreal and so superb and so physically large. I don't think we've ever had anything like it in 20 years, and we saved the best for last. It's going to be our show closer. Of course, we have Banksy. Of course, we have an incredible Fernand Léger, one of the rarest we've ever had. I'm looking at this Josh Hernandez. What a superstar he turned out to be. He's going global. He really is. So let's get started with Fernando Botero. Oh, and also I'm looking at a Leonardo da Vinci. I'm looking at a Michelangelo. I'm looking at a Lisa Mee. And I'm looking at a very rare collection of art. And what I like about this particular sculpture, now that's going to be just under 13 inches tall, just under 13. On the base now, that's going to be 6.5 by 8, 6.5 by 8 on the base. I do need to get a pointer and a little bitty flashlight because I do want to point out something. The lighting in here, perfect for right there, right there. It is signed Fernando Botero, 1984, lifetime piece. Now be advised, there are a lot of works of art that have been published after his passing. We don't carry those. These are all lifetime, real deal, high-end, quite valuable. And you know what? I like this piece an awful lot, and I'll tell you why. It's his father. When he was a little boy, his father was a traveling salesman who couldn't afford a car. So he went to work by horse. And we've seen this image reappear and reappear again. And the reason why I like this one so much is that it's based in love. Now, when he was a little boy, his father passed away, and he was raised by his uncle. It's quite a phenomenal story of triumph over tragedy and poverty. He had a very, very hard... When his father died, there was no income. So he was raised by his mother and his father's brother. Let me back up a little bit. Fernando Botero. Family name is Angulo. Born in 1932, and he just passed away. It's coming up on exactly 3 years. Yeah, in 1 month it'll be 3 years. It doesn't seem it. I would say he's the most famous artist out of Latin America. His style still exists today. It's known as Boterismo. And it's what he just said in the video. People and figures in these large, well, exaggerated volumes. You can interpret it as, I don't know, political criticism, even humor. I like humor. I like humor. And like what Tony was talking about, when artists go global, he is global. He's on Park Avenue in New York City, the Champs-Élysées in Paris, downtown Madrid, downtown Berlin, literally all over the world. Now, we all know about the Paris Salon. The Paris Salon is the biggest art show in the world. But did you know in Latin America, they have the Salón de Artistas Colombianos, and he won it, and that would change his life. And anybody can find this if you want. Go to my computer. I'll share this with you. Go to my computer. Here we are. And... two main categories, a national event and a set of regional contests. So I do want to go down to here. It's the Latin American version of the Paris Salon. There it is right there, Fernando Botero, right there. Now here's the interesting thing. He won this in 1958 for painting, Let's go back to the art. It wasn't until he moved to Paris in 1973 that he became world famous, and I mean world famous, for sculpting and painting. But a lot of people just know him for sculpting. His paintings are wonderful. And now you're going to find them in airports, major international museums, corporations, private collectors. A sculpture just sold for almost $5 million, and I'll show it to you. In 2012, he received the International Sculpture Center's Lifetime Achievement Award. This is magnificent. Magnificent. Now, he grew up in Medellin, which is back then in the 1932 was more of a small town. But his uncle would take him to the museums. And when he was a little boy, really the only art he saw was local art, native art, and the Baroque style of the colonial churches. So he was a brilliant child. He got a scholarship. And after high school, he went to the Jesuit school of Bolivar. Now, in 1944, it's wartime. And they felt it in South America. And, desperate times call for desperate measures. His uncle, I would do this for my nephew. What do you do? What do you do to get him out of poverty? High risk, high pay. They sent him to school for matadors for 2 years. For 2 years. That's high risk, but high pay. You can buy a house. You can crawl out of poverty. It's high risk, high pay. And it's for the brave. As a matter of fact, like Picasso, who I don't think ever did a bullfight, but his earliest works were bullfighting scenes. And in a very famous interview with the LA Times, in the year 2000, I can't believe it was 26 years ago, there was a merchant in town who let him put his art, the bullfighting art, in the window of his shop. And he got 2 pesos for one of his paintings. And I quote, "I explained that I lost the money I got for the painting, and therefore my brothers never believed me." He was a brilliant child. At the age of 16, he had illustrations published in the Sunday paper of El Colombiano. And he used the money he got paid to go to a paid high school. Ladies and gentlemen, I think his real breakthrough came at the Perez Art Museum in Miami. They gave him a lucky break, and that's what I love about this show. We give young artists a lucky break, and we watch them bloom, like Simon Keff, Isn't that wonderful? I think it's the most wonderful thing. And we're watching it happen now with Josh Hernandez. Sarah Wall did 1 show, and she signed a 6, possibly 7-figure contract. I think it was 7 figures, but it doesn't matter. I'm happy to be there. So, after you won the Latin American Salón de Artistas Colombianos, he moved to Europe. He sailed, and he arrived in Barcelona. Then he moved to the big city of Madrid. And of course, in Madrid, you have to go to the Prado. And like Picasso, like Dali, he studied and copied the works by Goya and Velázquez. As a matter of fact, we have Salvador Dali's copy of Goya, the most magnificent, surreal piece with the heaviest, I think the heaviest, very deep symbolic meaning of any Dali we've ever had. So in 1953, he moves to Paris. And what artist wouldn't? What artist wouldn't? And of course, he became a registered copyist. Now, back in the day, you could get on a list. First, it was a 6-month wait. Then it went to 2 years. Then it went to 4 years. I don't even know if they do it anymore. I'll have to research that. But you're allowed to set up an easel and copy the works there. So for 2 years, he studied the works of the Renaissance masters. Now, later in life, he lived in Paris, but he would make it a point to go back for 1 month a year to his native hometown of Medellin. To me, that's like Samuel and Keff. You know Keff. I asked him, are you going to move to China? He said, I have 5 years of commissions that are just waiting for me. I said, are you going to move to China? He goes, no, I get homesick for Berlin. I would. I get homesick. I love Atlanta. That's my home. I love Atlanta. What a great city. So anyhow, it really wasn't until the Paris years that he made his first bronzes. And they were so well received that he exhibited them at Le Grand Palais in Paris in 1977. Go to my computer. This is the home of the Paris Salon. In 1977, that was the debut of major Botero sculptures. Oops, sorry, you got to get past all these. That's the interior. That's the Pont Alexander, considered the most beautiful bridge in Paris. I think it is. They have concerts there. They have sumo wrestling there. They have roller skating there. Oh, is that ice? No, is that ice skating or rollers? That's ice skating. Isn't that wonderful? Let's go back to the art. Anyhow, he did exhibit there. He did exhibit there. You know something? We really are lucky to have these. These are just 900. Do you know what these sell for? I'm looking for 5,000 minimum. Absolutely minimum. Absolutely minimum. Just to give you an idea, I'll go quickly. Go to my computer. This is in Bamberg, Germany. It's Eve. She's offering you an apple. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button again. That is the Botero Plaza in Medellin. That's his hometown. He donated all of the art, 76 pieces, to his hometown. Gave it away. That's Berlin. That's the room. I was 8 years old, an army brat living in Vogelweh, Germany. Kaiserslautern. I want to make one person laugh. I used to go play on the ruins at Landstuhl, the castle. My father put us all in the car to go to the museum in Berlin, and I walked into that room and I said, I'm going to do this when I grow up. And my mom said, okay. That's in Madrid. I stood right in front of it, said, take my picture. They said, no, we're in a hurry, come back tomorrow. If you're on vacation, you never go back the next day, do you? Didn't get my picture, now did I? Everybody's got to touch her bottom. Oh, well. And that's his father. That's the same thing. That's the same thing. If I owned it, the opening bid on this would be 5,000, looking for 8. That's his father. And you're getting a great piece of history. I'll come over and I love that. A few more, just a few more. They have the companion piece to this at Crockford Plaza in Las Vegas. It's a hotel. Isn't that wonderful? All right, let's go back to the art. Aren't you the lucky one? Aren't you the lucky one? All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. I've got 12, now it's going to bid 13. I've got 12, now it's going to bid 13. The key thing on this, and if you are a Botero collector, you know the value is right there. Lifetime. He passed in 2023. Very valuable. And that's his father. Isn't that wonderful? Perfect condition, not a scratch on it. Absolutely flawless. Absolutely perfect. All right, we approach the final 10 seconds. This will sell today. This will sell at auction. No minimum bid auction. Gotta love this show. 4,800 under bid. Let's go to the certificate. Fernando Botero. You know, I saw him twice in the 90s at the New York City Art Expo, and he was working the booth, and he was only about 10 feet away, and I wanted to go up, and hi, my name's Ray. But he was working, and he had customers, and I thought, all right, I'll come back the next day. He wasn't there the next day. Next year he was there. Same thing, his booth was packed. And then I said, no, I don't want to bother him, because I'm not going to buy, because I had to work my own booth for Images International of Hawaii. All the owners have retired. Then I can't believe it's been September 15th. It'll be 3 years. I don't know. Bronze sculpture on a marble base after the original. The original is about 7 feet tall. I showed you the photograph. The original is about 7 feet tall. One sold, I think, for about $5 million. I'll check. Signed, dated, numbered, stamped. Number 37 out of 50. Italy, 1984. He would pass in 2023, so it is correct. That is underbid. That is underbid. That is some serious underbidding going on here. I think that's what we should change the name of the show to. Some serious underbidding going on here. All right, here we go. I can feel you kicking the TV. I know. I've got 13 now, it's going to be a 14. I've got 13 now going once. I've got 13 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. Thank you for the bid. No, you're not overbidding. Oh, gosh. Just to give you an idea, go to my computer. This is auction results for sculpture, not paintings. These are the auction results for sculpture. And number one is a horse, but hang on a minute, Myrtle May. Close to 5. With buyer's premium, $4,920,000. They thought it would go $3 to $5 million, and that was just, 2 years ago. But we're not Sotheby's. And that was quite large. I do want to let you know, it was 120 inches, 12 feet, 10 feet tall. Okay, then we go to the second place, which is a man on a horse. It literally, second place, is literally man on a horse. That's his father. Now that's the 137-inch tall one. So that's going to be, 12 feet, over 10 feet. That's $4.3 million. And that was in Christie's. See, but we're not Christie's or Sotheby's. We're a small boutique in the hinterlands of cable TV, and we do broadcast on Facebook, and we do have a live feed on YouTube. But we've never sold anything for, $1 million. I keep telling the boss we should give it a try. Let's go back to the art. Man on horse, man on a horse. All right, and here we go. I've got 15 now. It's going to bid 16. I've got 15 now. Going once. Going to pay you to buy it. Yes, absolutely. More than 20 of his sculptures have sold for over $1 million. Now, this man on a horse is much smaller. Let's go to my computer. And that sold back in 2011. That was 15 years. How can that be 15 years ago? With buyer's premium, $1,172,500. Hi, Dad. Let's go back to the art. And no, you're not overbidding. You're just fine. I think the number of art galleries that buy from us now is over 60. And I've had them call up and go, how do you do it with the frame? How do you do it with the frame? And I tell them, these are estate pieces. I go, we pay a small commission to his wife. I don't like the word widow. You're lucky. I'm just going to say it, not because I work here. I would say it if I was just some guy. I am just some guy, but we're lucky to have this show, all of us. I have art from this show in my house, and I feel lucky to own it. All right, here we go. I've got 15 now. Could you imagine going into Vegas and one of the fans and seeing the same thing, 15,000? Wouldn't that be fun? I still enjoy that call from that fellow who was full of beer from Austin, Texas. Ray, I went to a frame shop and you were telling me about check the frame prices, and you weren't lying. I'm like, oh gosh, is that a compliment? Is that how they compliment people in Texas? Bless his heart. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Now, we don't know a lot about Leonardo da Vinci from his paintings. There's 25 that are known by him, another 15 that are attributed to him. What do we know about him? How do we know so much about him? It's his notebooks. In his lifetime, he made over 13,000 pages of notes and drawings. And as a group, they fuse art and natural philosophy. And that is, isn't it the forerunner, the basis of all modern science? He did it every day, wherever he would go. He made continual observations of the world around him without judgment. Their incredible range of interest and occupation and preoccupation. Some are mundane, lists of groceries, people that owed him money. Where'd he leave his shoes? Some are intriguing. Designs for wings, shoes for walking on water, details of drapery, faces, emotion, animals, babies, plant studies, whirlpools, war machines, flying machines. Well, these papers have found their way into major collections like the Royal Library at Windsor Castle. And their masterpiece, their magnum opus at Windsor Castle, the Royal Library, it is a document that is unparalleled in the history of humanity. First drawing of a child in the womb. A pregnant woman had passed away. And rather than, he said, this is an opportunity for science. There are, the third floor of the Louvre in Paris has actually been redesigned around not only the Mona Lisa, but his writings, his papers. The National Library of Spain has a big collection. The Victorian Albert Museum, the National Library of Italy in Milan, they have the 12-volume Codex Atlanticus. The British Library in London has the Codex Arundel. The Codex Leicester is the only privately owned work by Leonardo da Vinci. The booklets like that. It's owned by Bill Gates. And before the pandemic, he would take it all around the world. Now there's one left. It's called the Codex Urbanus. The Codex Urbanus. The treatise on painting is a collection of Da Vinci's writings just under a general heading on painting, concerning the matter of painting. The main aim of the treatise is to argue that painting is a science. One of the great masterpieces of this show, and I feel very, very, very lucky to have it. I do want to get on camera and tell everybody, bid on this, bid on this. I challenge you to go to any gallery in the world and say, hello, I'd like the first French edition, the first full unabridged edition of Leonardo da Vinci's engravings in the world. Now, there was an earlier edition that was published by Giacomo Langlois about 70 years earlier, but it was a very short version. This is the correct full version, and the condition of this document is superb. On the frame now, that is going to be 15 by 17, 15 by 17. And the fact that this was engraved 60 years before there even was an America, to me makes it one of the rarest documents we've ever had in the history of the show. We've been on air for well over 20 years, and I still marvel the fact that we still have these. Now, when we come to the end, and I'm going to say there is precedent that has been set. We had a collection of watercolors by Léonore Fini, a woman who knew Salvador Dali, the first world-acknowledged, first true female surrealist. And at that time, Mary Cassatt was finally being recognized globally as the first female impressionist. We were selling those originals $300 to $600. Now, if you can find one for $13,000, get it. Now, after that, the point that I'm trying to make is that after the news about Mary Cassatt and Léonore Fini being recognized and their prices went up, we had clients that would call and say, Ray, I'll give you $5,000 for any Léonore Fini you have. I said, I can't buy them. When these are gone, they're gone forever. I recommend these rare, truly early editions of Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go to the certificate. The most expensive work of art of any kind in the world is by who? Leonardo da Vinci. Salvator Mundi, the savior of the world, by da Vinci. A standing man from behind is an etching in black ink on a thin laid paper. You know what it is? It's a study for a sculpture, but that's another story. Executed through the collaboration of Nicolas Poisson, remember that name, a truly great artist, and Charles Erard from the design of Da Vinci. From the French edition conceived between 1490 to 1513 by Leonardo da Vinci, but printed in Paris in 1716. That is important. It predates the English version by an awful long time. an awful long time. So what is it? Well, like I said, go to my computer. One of the greatest scientific papers of all time, right up there with the Codex Urbanus, is the Treatise on Painting. And I quote, is a collection of Leonardo da Vinci's writings entered into his notebooks with a very general heading on painting, concerning the matter of painting. They were begun in Milan, while Leonardo was under the service of Ludovico Sforza. Now, wait, that's a loaded sentence. His real name is Leonardo di Ser Piero, but he moved to the big city of Milan to get a job working for the Duke of Milan. Read about there should be a movie about this guy's life. Unbelievable. This is, anyhow, I digress. He went to Ludovico Sforza, the Duke of Milan, and he had designs for armament, he had designs for weapons, he had design a rolling tank, he had designs for a multi-arrowed crossbow with the pre-runner of the machine gun, and battlements. The star-shaped battlement that can be found in, where is it, Tallahassee? Fort Jefferson? Anyhow, it's based upon Leonardo da Vinci. But da Vinci was so brilliant, it was 13,000 pages. So he'd make drawings and sketches and write his papers in restaurants, pay the bill, get up and leave. Or he'd do it on a park bench, or he'd do it around the house, and then go walking out the door. He had a pupil who was brilliant by the name of Francesco Melzi. This man, an unsung hero in the work of art, in the world of art. Because a lot of people think that Da Vinci made this drawing, Francesco Melzi painted that. That is genius. It looks like a Da Vinci. He was trained by Da Vinci. A lot of people think that Leonardo da Vinci did that by looking in two mirrors. It's very hard to do your profile by looking straight into a mirror. Nope, it was done by Melzi. It was done by Melzi. Melzi was a genius on his own. He painted that. That's a lot of people mistake that for a Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go back to the art. I digress. I always do. Now, to sum up, why is this work so important? Go to my computer. $100? $100. Okay. A very short and abridged version, a very short version, was published in France in 1651. Those are sold out. You'll never see them again. They're worth tens of thousands of dollars. But after the manuscript was rediscovered in the Vatican Library, it was published in its modern form in 1817. Prove it. Boom. This website is called treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org. It's one of my favorite websites. So we go to the introduction, treatiseonpainting.org. The treatise on painting circulated widely. Artists, scientists, and scholars, including Nicolas Poisson and Galileo read it avidly. What? Galileo read it. Darn cool. The handwritten version in the Vatican. Known manuscripts in Chicago. I'm going to speed it up. Printed versions. A very short pamphlet was published in Italian and in French in 1651. It was published in English in 1721. What predates that? The Treatise on Painting of 1716, published in Paris. Where did Urban Huchet get this? Paris. Are you ever going to see this again? It predates the English version. Now, these two are very short, very, very short. Is it real? Let's prove it. This is archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. Archive.org, you can find it, And every word of this is brilliant. Here we go. The muscles of young men are not to be marked strongly, nor too much swelled, because that would indicate full strength and vigor of age, which they have not yet attained. Nevertheless, they must be more or less expressed, as they are more or less employed. For those who are in motion are always more swelled and thicker than those that remain at rest. The intrinsic and central line of its members, which are bent, never retains its natural length. The muscle at the back part of the thigh shows more variety in extension and contraction than any other part of the human body. The second, in that respect, are those which compose the buttocks. The third, those of the back. The fourth, those of the neck. The fifth, those of the shoulder. And the sixth, those of the abdomen, which taking their rise under the breast, terminate under the lower belly. I shall explain when I speak of each. And he goes on to do it. That's on page 20. Now watch. It's so simple, but it's so brilliant. Every page. I can only read 3 or 4 pages, then my head starts to spin. This is a drawing that changed the history of humanity and changed the history of science. There's a very famous scene in his autobiography where he's talking to the Pope, and they're talking about the desecration of corpse, an anatomy study or a dissection of a corpse is considered desecration, punishable by death. And the Pope knew what a genius Leonardo was. So the Pope reaches in his pocket, takes out the key to the morgue, puts it in the center of the desk, stands up, walks over and looks out the window for 5 minutes. Doesn't say a word. When he turns around, the key is gone. The Pope doesn't even look at his desk. Leonardo stands up and says, "Excuse me, Your Eminence." It is that changed the world. Now, we've had the question, why is there a central line? What's that line? Is that an error? Is that an error in the engraving? No. Leonardo wrote, if you ever make a drawing or an engraving, remember, it might be made into a sculpture. Be aware of your point of balance. And there's another one. Be aware of your center of balance. I passed it, didn't I? I went right past. Go back to the art. I went right past it. I'll find it. $275. You realize on this show, before the pandemic, we sold a similar for $12,500. All right, and here we go. I've got $275 going once. I've got $275 going twice. Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci was born April 15th, 1452. He passed away May 2nd, 1519. He is still considered, if not the, but one of the greatest geniuses of all time. And not a specialist in one section like physics or mathematics like Richard Feynman or Stephen Hawking. He was a true polymath. He was a great painter. He painted the Mona Lisa. He painted Salvator Mundi, the savior of the world, the most expensive work of art to ever sell at $450 million. $450 million for a painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He was a great draftsman, a master of the line. You saw the Vitruvian Man, a great engineer. His designs are still being used today. Oh, did you guys see the special? Okay, you know that Michelangelo, that Leonardo invented the tank, for fighting in battle. There's one thing they just discovered, that in the drawings, the blueprints for the tank, the battle tank, they needed to turn the turrets. It is the world's first diagram of ball bearings. He may have invented ball bearings. I think he did. He couldn't figure it out. How are we going to turn these cannons in this little tank? He said, well, we put them on spheres, on ball bearings. He invented ball bearings. He was a scientist, a theorist, a sculptor, and an architect. Now, we know that he was a master of anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, paleontology, but we don't know a lot about him from his paintings. There's only 25 major works by him. There's a couple of unfinished works. There's another 15 that are attributed to him, but we don't. That doesn't give us a lot of information. What we know about him is from his journals, his notebooks. Now, in his time, in the Renaissance, we're coming out of a dark age. He is the Renaissance man. The world there, they didn't recognize, and they lost so much knowledge that they didn't recognize any exclusion or any difference between the sciences and the arts. And I think Leonardo's studies in science and engineering are as impressive and as innovative as his artistic work. He invented the scissors, the automated bobbin winder. Do you like wearing clothes? Yeah. A machine for testing the strength of wire. You ever like crossing a bridge? Thank you, Leo. You ever been on a ship that needed a canal? The modern canal design is based upon the writings of Leonardo da Vinci. If you open a canal like on a lock and you open it like a guillotine, there's too much turbulence at the bottom. It'll wear it out in about a year or two. If you open it like a sliding glass door, like on a patio, it will fail. The pressure, when you crack that seal, the door always fails. He designed it like a chapel roof, with the peak of the chapel facing upstream. Very easy to crack open. Once it starts cracking open, if you put a little edge on there, it'll open by itself. The Panama Canal, Gatun Lake, you know how many horsepower it needs to open it? 45. And you know how come I learned that? Because I went through the Panama Canal 3 times. As you know, I have mentioned it many times, I used to be a cruise ship auctioneer. Good job. Good and bad. I think the worst part is loss of association, banishment from the tribe. You'll make friends, but they're all gone in a week. Let's go to my computer. And there it is. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. And I'll go through them all again to make sure that we all know we're on the same page. I did go past it. Why? Because it's the first one. It literally is the first one. Oop, did I do it again? I did it again, didn't I? I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, bless his heart. Little buttercup. There it is. Oh, go back to the art. I can't operate a computer. I need any 15-year-old kid. All right, here we go. Here we go. And that'll be setting an all-time record low. Okay, this is the theater of the absurd. This should be on a Broadway play. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the gallery. Yes, I'm looking for a second edition Leonardo da Vinci. It must be printed in Paris. I believe the publisher is François Giffard. And it must be the first full edition. Now, I want it in mint condition. From the early 1700s. I don't want the reprint that was done in 1835. No, that'll never do. I want it to be flawless and never dry mounted. I want it to have a very gentle ripple so that I know it's authentic, and I'll give you $475. I can't even say it. I give you 500. I am nonplussed, and I'm usually plussed. Try saying that with a straight face. Yeah, I'd like a very early 1700s Leonardo da Vinci from Paris, and I want to know the publisher, and I want it to be guaranteed authentic forever. Now, if you put it in a $200 frame, I'll give you $500. I can't even say it. Let's go to the certificate. Last time, $25 bid, and we're not even doing. This isn't Sotheby's. We're not doing $1,000 bids. An example from the French edition of 1716. We know who he is, François Giffard. This is extremely rare.
Last minute, guys, you gotta move on.
And you know who printed it? Nicolas Poisson. All right, here we go. A $25 bids on Da Vinci's. $25 bids. Oh, bless my pointy little head. He's a buttercup. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. If you want a home run, I mean, we've had home runs on this show. You see, the current economic, we are at war, and that does change the art market. Go to my computer. This is who I was talking about. Nicolas Poisson, he printed this. Are you ready? There's Nicolas Poisson, but I'm going to move very, very quickly. He was a leading painter of the classical French Baroque style, but he spent most of his working life in Rome. He returned to Paris to be the first painter under the king. Of who? Cardinal Richelieu. Do not mess with this guy, Cardinal Richelieu. But here it is right here. Until the 20th century, he remained a major inspiration for classically oriented artists like Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, and Paul Cézanne. Ingres, if you go to the Louvre, there's a painting there called the Grand Odalisque. I think it is the finest painting in the history of humanity. It is, look at what Ingres painted. What? I don't wanna, hang on. There. There's no, this was not made by human hands. It's at the Louvre. Go see the Mona Lisa, but do not leave the Louvre without seeing that. It kind of scared me a little bit. I go, this should not exist. This was painted by an angel. That's not painted by a human being. All right, I'm sorry, I went on a tangent, but Ingres. I said, where can I find the Ingres? I want to go look at the painting by Ingres. And they're like, I just had to write it down on a piece of paper. They go, oh, you mean Ingres? I'm like, well, yes, of course. Everybody knows Ingres is pronounced Ingres. Let's go back to the art. If you go to the Louvre, go see the painting by Jean Auguste Dominique Ingres. That's how they say it. Like, honk your horn at me, mister. No, there's no hundreds here. There's no thousands, there's 10,000. Oh, good grief, Myrtle May. Oh, Myrtle May. Oh, poor little Myrtle May. I love the movie Harvey, and I just found this quote literally this morning. Myrtle May Simmons. Oh, mother, people get run over by trucks every day. Why can't something like that happen to Uncle Elwood? Elwood B. Dowd. Puka, P-O-O-K-A, from old Celtic mythology. A fairy spirit in animal form, always very large. It's Harvey. I love that movie. The best scene, I think, in cinema is when he's at the psychiatrist's office. That is just hilarious. Okay, you can bid whatever you want. There's no overbidding at this point. Just tra-la-la. I mean, my goodness. Holy mackerel. And okay, I'm going to put this in a little bit of a perspective. Go to my computer. It's not a joke. Why should I get this? Why should I get this? In the history of all humanity, the most expensive anything to ever sell in the world of art is this painting. Why? Because it's by Leonardo da Vinci. It's the savior of the world. Jesus Christ holding not the orb of the earth, the orb of the Milky Way galaxy. How much did it sell for?
Ray, we gotta go.
$450 million. Ray. Yes, sir. I go.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Oh, I think I came out born with a paintbrush. I was starting to paint from the time I could crawl, basically. And the artistic tradition really runs in my family. My Irish grandfather was a painter.
I gather
apparently my great-grandfather was a painter as well, I've understood, on my Irish side. And my mother was a very gifted architect, and I recently rediscovered her rough architectural drawings, and she was an amazing painter, just freehanding these interiors. But I have just always been captivated by art, meaning museums. My parents exposed me as a child. They took me to art fairs. They were big-time collectors as well. Not big-time, but just they collected prints. They collected sculptures, ceramics, Korean antiques, Isfahan rugs. So in a sense, I was kind of born into that artistic tradition, but I really took to it like a fish to water, I feel.
My method. I gather patterns found in natures. Water currents, geological forms such as stones or shells, skies, forests, flowers. Often I'm on a walk and I'll see a sunset streaming with rich color. Or the building next door will display a luscious floral arrangement in a huge pot at their entrance. Recently I've discovered flowers were an exotic blend of pure light greens and stunning violets. Gorgeous color combinations such as these form the beginning of my work. I begin by mixing matte mediums, the background, with different paint colors. And I never know what hues will come about, and that's the joy of seeing the unexpected unfold. Beautiful tints emerge that I would have never gotten out of a paint tube. And that's how I work, very spontaneously. When the paints are laid out, I merge the paints together. While it's sopping wet, I'll apply a sheet of paper to the surface and carefully press it into the canvas. With great care, I lift the paper off the surface, or I'll leave the paper on the canvas if I like the veil-like effect. Often I sketch a composition onto the canvas, particularly tree scenes and landscapes since they are more detailed. Then I meticulously cut and tear fabric and paper and fill in the composition along with metallic paints. If a painting radiates movement and energy, then I know it's finished. Well, as you know, I like her. I like her as a person. And I have a quote here that I use every time. Let's go to my computer. I want my paintings to stir feelings of soaring and floating as though they were suspended and relieved of gravity. It's a quality of the natural and the spiritual in harmony, graceful, free, and joyful. Isn't that nice? 11 years ago, Chelsea Studios, New York City. Her earlier style, beautiful. Gallery Guide to New York City. Artist Lisa Mee has done the impossible. Superbly gifted artist. Kashan Gallery of Nyack, New York, one of the best in the world. We're talking over a decade ago. Great Neck Art Center, New York, New York. That is where Louise Nevelson and Larry Rivers taught, as well as her husband, Wayne Ensrud. Indie Walls, New York City. You can see a much earlier style. You know, you have to go down a path to arrive at this. J.H. Brown Fine Art of Waitsfield, Vermont. Art Abound, New York City. Design Lawn, who did they choose for the inaugural exhibition? Lisa Mee. Art Gotham, Square Foot Show. Transform Gallery of New Rochelle, New York. You want to talk pricey? Go to art galleries in San Francisco. They have to have a huge markup. Why? Because the cost of retail floor space. If you are in a gallery in San Francisco, you're in the best in the world. You want to talk retail floor space? Let's talk the Hamptons. Yeah, real estate bargains abound in the Hamptons. No, they don't. Patch Magazine, San Francisco Chronicle, Time Out New York, Lisa Mee, featured artist in artinnewyorkcity.com, Eco Art Shanghai. If she goes back to China, wow. Featured artist, Ovation Arts Network. Yeah, you might want to bid on this. She was on tour doing a series of museums across the United States, and her works obviously are published, and she's a very important artist. Magnificent. And like a lot of the art, now some of the works of art on this show, what you see is what you get. But with Lisa Mee, they're so much better in person. They're so full of color, and they're alive with texture, and they're just wonderful. Make sure you get one of these before she goes back on her museum tour. And if she goes back and starts going international, international, you'll never see a $5,000 price again. And this is wonderful. I love the color on this. It really is a trademark for her. Happy, vibrant color. And the composition, she's nailed it. I mean, it's wow. 35, too big for a yardstick. 35, too big for a yardstick. I have to go get the 4-footer. Thank you, Susan Tiber. Like the river, Tiber. 34 by 40, and this is 4 feet across. Now, a frame like this is going to run you about $1,800 to $2,000. And I'm not kidding, and I want you to check. It's unbelievable nowadays. Just the molding, these strips of molding, they've gone up from like $22 to $140 per length. Okay. I only have eyes for you, Lisa Mee. How wonderful. She's such a decent, that's what I like about so many of our artists, all of them really. They're just such good people. And I've said it before in every show. I think that art brings out your higher self, and I'm glad you're watching. Boy, the balance of that rich, dark blue, almost a purple, but it's a blue, right down here in indigo, if you will. To really appreciate it, what I want to do, let me get a flashlight, because they're better in person. I mean, everywhere you look. It's just, and she makes her own metallic paints. This flashlight's kind of wimpy. Let me get the big one. Look across the top. I mean, that's too much light. It's just, I need a medium. Anyhow, I'll just say it again. They're better in person. And we've had that feedback. Yeah, it looked great on TV, but we got it home and unboxed it. It was wow. It's heavy. It's a heavy frame. It's elegant. I mean, it's got a little tiny bit of a feeling of a Gustav Klimt. Art Deco, a little bit of Erte, but again, it's all her. This is not a copy of anything. This is pure Lisa Mee, and the balance, 1, 2, 3, wow. 1, 2, 3, it just, harmony, 1, 2, 3, harmony and balance, 1, 2, 3. It works. It's so elegant. And she's been experimenting with what are called marbling techniques. If we can come in right here, her marbling technique she's really upped her A game. They just get better and better and better. And I'm not kidding. Let's go to the book stand. One of the normal things you'll see for an artist who has put in a lifetime as a career in art is that these paintings are 25 years old. And they're good. They're wonderful. $10,000 paintings. But that is not that. We can see a wonderful progression. And she was traveling literally around the world. And I'll prove it in a moment. She's known for her flowers. And of course, there are many elements of flowers in her paintings. But I'm just going to say it. I'll just pick that one. That is not that. It was really 6 years ago is when she, in my opinion, made her quantum leap. Look on the bottom. How tragic. January of 2020, she was launching an international tour. And this show took place in January of 2020, pandemic. They canceled the tour. And the art market, I don't think ever really truly rebounded. There was a chain of events, but look at these paintings. It's night and day. I mean, these paintings, these are museum. Look at that. That is, I mean, it takes decades of hard work to make that breakthrough work of art. I'll put that up against Matisse any day of the year. I'll put that up against Paul Gauguin. She's that big. Now, I know sometimes I wax poetic. It's not me. How about this? Art Abound, New York City. Indie Walls, New York City. One of the finest galleries in the world is J.H. Brown Fine Art of Waitsfield, Vermont. How about the Great Neck Art Center? That is where Jim Dine and Louise Nevelson taught. Her husband, the great Wayne Ensrud, lectured there. He was a pupil of Oskar Kokoschka, a Nobel Prize winner in art, which is rare. Gallery Guide, New York City. And they can be rough. Oh, I've seen a couple of rough reviews in the Gallery Guide. Artist Lisa Mee has done the impossible. This superbly gifted painter. Chelsea Studios, 2011. That's 15 years ago. Kashan Gallery, Nyack, New York, one of the best in America. And who did Design Lawn choose for the inauguration? Featured artist, inauguration. Wow. Time Out Magazine, New York. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. artinnewyorkcity.com. Featured artist. You want to talk rent? Let's talk rent. Go to Ghirardelli Square in San Francisco and try to rent anything for $10,000 a month. Forget about it. Try $30,000 a month. And you better cover that with sales. Transform Gallery, New York, New Rochelle, New York. Dance Paper in the Hamptons. Yes, real estate bargains abound in the Hamptons. No, they don't. Patch Magazine. I'm thinking about you, Thomas. Lisa Me, Art Gotham, Square Foot Show. How about Shanghai, China? Sellout show. I've got six. It's a $2,000 frame. Who do they feature on Ovation Arts Network? What? Wow. Yeah, that's big league. That's the big time. So I've got a $650 bid. So what do these sell for in the real world? That's 3 feet. And that is 4 feet. That is the original. A beautiful, perfectly placed signature in the area of the black composition, lower left. A beautiful, beautiful, perfectly placed signature. That's in a silver metallic paint. That is not a marker. $900, half the price of the frame. The art is free. So let's go back to the real world, shall we? Go to my computer. I like to read The Economist until my brain hurts. The Economist said that there are more millionaires per square foot in Manhattan than anywhere else in New York, in the world, in America. They say if you're on a corner in New York, anywhere, 8th Avenue, doesn't matter. 102nd in Harlem, count 30 people. One of them is a millionaire. So when you walk into a gallery in Manhattan, you expect this. Now it says they have 12 paintings in New York City. They don't, they have 6. I'll prove it. 48,000. Are they selling? $48,000. But are they selling? Sold. A new price point, $50,000. That's her new price point. Oh, goodness. Yep, that's their real website. You can buy it from them. It's fine with me. Sold. $50,000. Oh, cut that away. Keep doing that. Sold. They only have 6 paintings. A year ago, February, and I have it on unalterable FCC recording, tape recording. I don't know, would you use tape or digital? They had 31 paintings. Now they say they have 12, but 6 of the 12 are sold. And you're bidding $1,500. You're not at the price of the frame. I'm giving you a $45,000 painting for free. I love this one. Isn't it funny when it clicks? Sold. $47,000. Oh, why did it do that? Can't even click on sold. Sold. They only have 6 paintings left. Guys, bid on this. And I'm going to be very, very blunt. She doesn't need us. We had a near 20-year relationship with her husband, Wayne Ensrud, and he passed away just recently. And it's her sense of loyalty. It says 12. Nope, not 12. They don't have 12. They have 11. That one's sold. They have 10. They have 9. They have 8. They have 7. Nope, they only have 6 paintings. What do you think they're going to do with the last 3? Are they going to raise the price or lower the price? Are they going to raise the price? They only have 6 paintings. I'm at the price of the frame. Guys, that's old. Why wouldn't it? It's gorgeous. Let's go back to the art. I want to focus on that. And I do want to focus on what an incredible human being she is. She has triumphed over adversity. And I don't mean this facetiously. Bid whatever you want. You're not at 42,000 to 50,000 in New York. And if you're in a gallery in Manhattan, that's what it is. Now, she was kind enough to put her own thoughts into words, and I'll read it live on air. I only have eyes for you, Lisa Me. The woman in this canvas painting is intentionally simple and mysterious. I'm already starting to feel like this is a self-portrait. I think this is a self-portrait. The woman in this canvas is intentionally simple and mysterious. Her face reveals very little, but her single visible eye says everything. It invites the viewer to imagine her story. Sometimes the most powerful emotions don't need words. They can be found in a glance. I surround her with vibrant pinks, rich golds, turquoise, intricate pattern. As I painted, the decorative shapes seemed to grow around her, almost like memories or emotions taking on a life of their own. It is layered, joyful, and unpredictable. It's a self-portrait. The hat became more than a fashion statement. It symbolizes confidence, individuality, and the way we choose what we reveal to the world and what we keep hidden. She's grieving. Even though much of her face is concealed, there is a quiet strength in her presence. You're not fooling me, Lisa. For me, painting is about creating an emotional connection. I hope this piece reminds people of someone who has made them feel truly seen. Or perhaps of a time when they loved so deeply that everything else faded into the background. Okay, I want this. I feel like crying. For me, painting is about creating an emotional connection. I hope this piece reminds people of someone who has made them feel truly seen. Or perhaps of a time when they loved so deeply that everything else faded into the background. That's her. Yeah, you'll get this. And yes, I've signed it. Yeah, you'll get this. I guarantee it. It's her. What a strong and powerful human being. I'm glad I know her. I feel lucky. I'm glad I know her. Last call. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Now, many times on this show, we have what I call a sleeper. And sometimes a work like this is so incredibly powerful. Now, I want to let you know something else. How did we get such an incredible portfolio? And I always have to remind myself that there may be someone watching the show for the very first time. And I want to be polite and kind to them and welcoming. Go to my computer. Orban Huchette was from the upper northwest corner of France. It's an area that is west of Normandy, an area called Brittany. But the locals don't call it Brittany. He said, I am from Breton. Breton is bordered on the west by the Atlantic Ocean and on the north by the English Channel. Its history is very rich, including a real pirate fort. But I never pried, I never interrogated him, but I should have. But I know he was wealthy because he had a law firm and he walked away from it. He moved to Paris from Brittany, Breton. My name is Orban Huchette. I am from Breton. But he would never correct you if you said Urbain Houchet, because it does kind of look like Urbain Houchet. But he was so polite. What is it about these artists just being incredible, generous human beings? And anyhow, he moved to Paris. And I know he was wealthy because he had properties in Breton. He had 3 yachts. He had a collection of Mercedes-Benzes. He loved Mercedes. And one day he just casually said, we were watching the Eiffel Tower, waiting for it to light up. I had 135 people on my penthouse terrace. We were drinking champagne. If you have a penthouse in Manhattan that can hold a terrace, a balcony for 135 people to drink champagne on, to watch Broadway light up, you're doing pretty good. So what did he do? When World War II was over and everybody else was broke, he started collecting art, mostly unframed pieces. When everybody else was poor, he was rich. And at first, and that's how this show got. I met him in 1997 at an art auction. I was standing next to him. I didn't know who he was. We just started talking. Anyhow, I met him in 1997, and I didn't know he'd changed my life. And so he said, I have a warehouse with 35,000 pieces. Are you interested? We said, yes. We sold them. I thought the show was over. I thought it was done. He said, I have another warehouse. And that kept us going for 15 years. Well, after he passed away, his wife Ruth called us and said, Ray, there's a 3rd warehouse. Would you like it? It's the very best. Let's go back to the art. This is the very best. You'll never see it again. You can buy it nowhere else in the world. This belongs in a museum. It is one of the rare, truly rare early Impressionist works by Alfred Sisley. Now, you can say Sisley, but it's Sisley. Born in 1839, he passed away in 1899. This is lifetime. I quote, one of the few British-born French Impressionist landscape painters. I quote again, he was the most consistent of the Impressionists in his dedication to painting a landscape en plein air, outdoors. He rarely deviated into figure painting, and unlike Renoir and Pissarro, he found that Impressionism fulfilled his artistic needs. Born to British parents, he spent most of his life in France. And of course, he did go back to England, his home, to see family, and he did make beautiful paintings of the River Thames. But what he's really known for are the paintings of the River Seine. He liked to paint the bridges, he liked to paint the country. His father, William Sisley, was in the silk business. His mother, Felicia, was a very cultivated music expert, which was rare back then. So in 1857, he was 18. His father sent him to London to study and get a degree in business, but he couldn't do it. Artists can't. He gave it up after 4 years. He went back to Paris and became an artist. He studied at the École des Beaux-Arts, and that is where he met Frederic Bazille, Claude Monet, and he was best friends with Pierre-Auguste Renoir. And together, they would change the world. See, it was all because of the invention of the camera. What? For the previous, I don't know, let's pick a number, 10,000 years, for the earlier 10,000 years, the goal of an artist is to make it real. Make it as real as you can. There's a droplet of a raindrop on the petal of a tulip. It looks so real you could touch it. Look at that glass with an ice cube in it. There's little droplets of water on that glass. And then we invented the camera. The artistic community the world over said any attempt to paint photographically real will now end in failure. There's a very famous quote by Picasso and Cubism. I am a man, I am not a machine. I will kick this chair over because I can paint the bottom, the top, the sides, and put it all in the same painting. It was the Impressionists who wanted to capture the feeling of walking into sunlight, walking into a newly mown field of hay. So in the beginning, it was so colorful and so different that they really didn't have a lot of opportunities to sell their art. The paintings, exhibited one at a time at the Paris Salon, they were always rejected. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Because unlike the other Impressionists who were all broke, Alfred had a lot of money because of his father. His father was a very successful business, a silk merchant. And so he would keep them going. He kept them going. Now, in 1868, now remember, the first true Impressionist exhibition was 5 years later. He was the only one to be accepted at the Paris Salon. But it really, the critics kind of panned it. It was like novelty. It really wasn't until the first Impressionist exhibition that the art world, I quote, one of my favorite authors in art of all time, please read him, Kenneth Clark. He said, that show was the perfect moment of Impressionism. Now, where is this? This is very close to the heart of the forest of Fontainebleau, and that is where the painters of the Barbizon School lived earlier in the century. I quote another great art historian, whom I love, never met, of course, the gentle landscapes and their constantly changing atmosphere was perfectly attuned to his talents. And here it is right here. Look at the title, La Scène à Moret. I don't think I'm pronouncing it right, but go to my computer. I'll have to get a translator because I don't know how to pronounce it. And it's very real. And what is the first thing they show? What is the first thing they show? Oh, I don't know. Is it a painting by Alfred Sisley? Yes. The same river. The river Seine in that town. Wow. What are the odds? When you go to the Wikipedia, this is of the town, not of Alfred. What's the first thing they show? Oh, okay. Huh. Just south, maybe a little bit southeast of downtown Paris. Easy day trip. You could go there. Maybe a 2-hour drive. Hour on the train. Let's go back. Right here. The town was a source of inspiration for Claude Monet, Renoir, and Alfred Sisley. I quote again, he was the most consistent of all the Impressionists. Now, no, there's no 200 here. I'm looking for $12,000. It's the only one in America. You cannot find it in a museum. It is in no American museums. If we've ever had anything that was 5 figures, it's right here in front of you. This is one of the rarest. Why? Because he was a British artist living in Paris. It was collected by a Parisian art publisher by the name of Urban Huchet. It's never been shown in America. I don't know. I'm failure to communicate. Let's go back to the art. If you've ever wanted a true home run, something actually rare, it is here. It is absolutely here. Now, why is this so rare? 7 years after he applied for this, he applied for his French citizenship, but he was refused. Now, a second application was made, but he got cancer. And he died before the paperwork, just 3 months before the paperwork went through, of throat cancer. He was only 59. So a living edition, a lifetime, most everything by him that's printed is posthumous. He only lived to be 59. This is, and I want to show you how rare this is, and I want to impress this upon you. Where is it? Right here. Let's go to my computer when we get down to the work. Again, he only lived. He passed away literally a mile from where this was printed, engraved. All of his student works are lost. Actual artifacts by him of a founding member of Impressionism aren't $200. I'm looking for $10,000. Guys, I don't bid for you. I don't do it. Concentrated on landscape more consistently than any other Impressionist painter. His best known work, The Street in Moret. And that's at the Art Institute of Chicago, which I love. The bridge at Moret-sur-Loing is at the Musée d'Orsay. This is Lifetime, guys. This is Lifetime. This is Lifetime. All right, let's go back to the art. I'm offering you the rarest of the rare at $250. A founding member of an Impressionist who only lived to be 59. He only lived to be 59 years old. Oh, wait. I almost forgot. Oh, gosh, I'm so dumb. I forgot the best part. I am so smart. SMRT. Wait. Where is it? Where'd it go? Hang on, I'll find it. What is... Hold on. Hold on. I've got a blockbuster for you. We cannot... Found it. Okay. Hang on. Someday I'll learn how to operate a computer. I think I just erased all my own notes on this. All right, here we go. I'm just... No, guys, you have to understand, he only lived to be 59. Anything Lifetime by him is worth thousands of dollars. Why? He is a founding member of Impressionism. He is a founding member of Impressionism. All right, here we go. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievably underbid. $275. A founding member of Impressionism. I'm going to pull it from the auction. I don't think I've ever pulled anything. I did pull one work of art from the auction in 20 years. Go to my computer. If you go to his hometown, there's a monument of him. Because he literally changed art history. A very short life. That's the same river. That's him and his wife right there. That's where he rests. He only lived to be 59. That's another statue of it, monument. Oh, what happened? There's another monument to him. He is a founding member of Impressionism. A founding member. He didn't make it to his 60th birthday. He died of throat cancer. He was a heavy smoker. There he is with a cigarette in his hand. Go back to the $350. All right, wait, I did not read the cert. Let me read the cert. I'm going to pitch a fit. You know and I know you know this is worth a lot of money. But that's all right. Raymond Hush. Be on your best behavior. The River Seine in the town of Moret, or it may be Moret, I don't know. The original Lifetime etching printed in a brown ink. I've heard sepia and sepia. Tomato, potato, I don't care how you say it. On a watermarked Arches laid paper. Arches is a French brand founded in 1492. Do you know how I remember? 1490. Hush. Hand pulled from the copper plate that was executed by Lauzet of Paris in 1891. Extremely rare, first date, first printing, published in a very small edition, experimental edition by Leconf, because I think the standard edition was done in black. This is in the brown or sepia ink. Another example of the rare portfolio containing the present work was added to the collection of the British Museum in London between 1881 and 1900. The portfolio is referenced and it is recorded in the 1903 catalog of the works. No, there's $375. I'll run out the door. I'll run out the front door with it. $400. Let me know. Well, Raymond, you hush. I was going to say something pretty grumpy, because I'm a grumpy old coot. That's my problem. Lord, my sweetie always says, "How was work tonight?" I was like, "I didn't pitch a fit." I'm going to pitch a fit. Oh, Myrtle May. Oh, poor old Myrtle May. All right, I'll give you one more quote from the movie Harvey. Elwood P. Dowd. Yes, Elwood is where the Blues Brothers got the name Elwood, from the movie Harvey. That is fact. We're on a mission from God, and we're on Lower Wacker Drive. I love Chicago. I can't wait to go back. You got to get one of them Italian roast beef sandwiches with them little peppers in them. Oh, that was like the best sandwich. This is my motto. Years ago, my mother used to say to me, she'd say, "In this world, Elwood, you must be oh so smart or oh so pleasant." Well, for years I was smart. I recommend pleasant. You may quote me. I wrestled with reality for 35 years, doctor, and I'm happy to state I finally won out over it. And now I don't have another one. It's a lifetime work by a founding member of Impressionism. He was there. In 1873, he was there. Go to my computer, just read his story. Just read his story. This is unbelievable. There he is with a cigarette in his hand. All right, let's go back to the art. That's the buy of the show. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold, California.
Sold it under the money.
Sold
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time
Hammer's up and all done, all in, and I
for Cal.
When Time magazine selected the British artist Banksy, the graffiti master, the painter, the activist, the filmmaker, the all-purpose provocateur, for a list in the world's 100 most influential people of the year 2010, he found himself in the company of Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, Lady Gaga, and a lot more. But he supplied a picture of himself with a paper bag over his head. It had the logo Recycle on it, naturally. But most of his fans, like me, I really don't want to know who he is. And there has been a bit of protest in Great Britain when they try to unmask him. But all of us, I do, I want to follow this incredible success story. It began with outlaw spraying, or as the jargon has it, bombing, graffiti, walls in Bristol, England during the 90s. And now today his works, prints are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Paintings have gone to $25 million. They're in auction houses from Britain to America, literally around the world. Today, he has graffitied or bombed cities from, Vienna to San Francisco, Barcelona, Paris, even Detroit. And he's moved from graffiti on really gritty urban walls to paint on canvas. He's doing these incredible conceptual sculptures and even film. If you get a chance, watch the documentary. It's on Netflix, Exit Through the Gift Shop. And that was nominated for an Academy Award. Now, Pest Control is a tongue-in-cheek titled organization set up by the artist to authenticate real Banksy artwork. And that also kind of protects him from people that are prying. A lot of reporters want to get that interview. So most of the time he says, I'll hide behind a paper bag or more commonly an email, but I will control my own narrative. His last face-to-face interview took place in 2003. Now, he may kind of hide behind this concealed identity, but he advocates a direct connection between artist and everyone. He said there's a whole new audience out there. You don't have to go to college and then drag around a portfolio, mail off transparencies and slides to snooty galleries or know someone powerful. Today, all you need now is a few ideas and, an internet connection. He said, this is the first time the essentially bourgeois world of art has belonged to the people, and we need to make it count. Now, he grew up in Barton Hill. That's a district of Bristol in the 80s that was the scary part of town. It was very rough, very dangerous, very working class, run down, unwelcoming to strangers. He even said, he said, I decided to make my first real graffiti there. I came from he called it leafier part of town, a much nicer part of town. He goes, my own dad was badly beaten up there as a kid. So he was trying out names at the time. His earliest works were signed Robin Banks. Get it? Robin Banks? Okay. And soon, because of his friends, that evolved into Banksy. Now, this short nickname, I think, has less of the gangsters robbing banks cachet, but it's a lot more memorable, and it's easier to write on a wall. So around that time, he settled on a very distinctive stencil approach to graffiti. He said, I was 18, and we were painting a train with a bunch of my friends, and the British police showed up, and everybody ran. All of my friends made it to the car. I disappeared. I had to hide over an hour under a dump truck with engine oil leaking all over me, and I lay there listening to the cops on the train tracks, and I realized I had to cut my painting time in half or give it up altogether. And he said, I'm laying on my back under a dump truck. I'm staring straight up at the stenciled plate on the bottom of a fuel tank, and I realize I can just copy that. I can make each letter 3 feet tall. And he told a friend of his, he goes, as soon as I cut my first stencil, I could feel the power there. It was like a political edge. All of my graffiti is really low-level dissent. But stencils have extra history. They have been used to start revolutions, and stop wars. Well, I at first, when I began to study this work of art, I had no idea what was going on. I thought for some reason that Talib Kweli and Madlib, I thought this was a foreign language or the liberation of an African nation. I had no idea, but then I saw the American flag and a little bit of an homage to Iwo Jima, the Battle of Saipan, and so I began to study it. It turns out, hold on a moment, 33 by 25, I'm going to say 26 to make sure it fits. 33 by 26, there's 3 feet right there, and there's 4 feet right there. Go to my computer. It turns out that Talib Kweli, go back to the art, is a very social conscious rapper, and so is Madlib. And their rap is about peace, harmony, unification of peoples and nations, and just about being decent to each other. I'm not a fan of rap. I'm a boomer. I grew up with the Allman Brothers and Jimmy Buffett and all of that, and I'm a dyed-in-the-wool, Phil Collins, the whole thing. Kids these days with their music. Let's go to the what? These kids and they're hippity hopping. And my dad called it thumpity thump. What's it? He said, he listened to Led Zeppelin. He said, what's all that thumpity thump music? Anyhow, that's my dad. Banksy, two great rappers, Talib Kweli and Madlib, collaborated on an album called Liberation. The offset print is in colors on a vinyl record sleeve. Now, this has been sold out since 2007. Anything pre-2010 is considered an early work. This is the earliest Banksy we've ever had. The earliest Banksy we've ever had. And it is valuable. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find one in America. And at first I was just, confused. I didn't understand, I really don't listen to rap. Anyhow, he's gone through. Talib Green is his real name. He's 50. He went with East Coast hip hop, what a lot of kids in Brooklyn did. Then he went to underground hip hop. Then he went to jazz rap, and now he's into progressive rap. And he's a giant. He's a giant because he's half of that great hip hop duo called Black Star that he formed in '97 with another Brooklyn rapper called Mos Def. Now, I've heard of him. Now, what's interesting about him is he's founded his own record label, Javadi Media, and I think it's great. I think, good for him. I think the first to break through for the big corporations in music was Frank Zappa, who founded his own label. But he has been busy. And what the other thing I love about him so much is that he founded the Red Hot organization, a tribute to Duke Ellington. And this is back in 2001. And what did he do with all the money? He used it to fight AIDS and fight the disease, and he gave it all to charity. And then they began collaborating with John Patton and Ron Carter, and he's done so much. The more and more I read about him, the more and more I'm impressed by him. He's had, albums that have been on the Billboard 200 charts. He's been number 6 on the R&B charts. He's collaborated with, are you ready? Dave Chappelle on an album, De La Soul on an album, so many, the Beastie Boys. I like this guy. Where is it? Cameron Diaz appeared with him, Justin Timberlake, Jimmy Fallon, and they all went to Tanzania. Anyhow, it's the more I read about him, the more I like how much he gives back. In 2006, he signed a major deal with Warner Brothers Record, and it just went. Now, here's where it took off. Go to my computer. In 2006, he released 9 songs he recorded with an underground producer by the name of Madlib. And then they signed Madlib. The album was entitled Liberation because he said that this album was liberating for him. And here's Madlib. Now he's a DJ, he's a rapper, he's an incredibly talented jazz artist. I mean, my goodness, he's performed with Erykah Badu. And just, yeah, I think he's more, hang on, let's get down here. I think he's more of a jazz master than he is a rapper, but I don't know. I've never met him. It is phenomenal. Anyhow, this is no, not 900, guys. Banksy has just sold for, are you ready? $25 million. If you can get an early work in mint condition by Banksy that you can't buy anywhere else, that's in a $1,000 frame and you're getting paid $50 to buy it, I recommend it. A Banksy just sold for $25 million. This print, a print by him just sold. Girl with Balloon. 25 in the edition. 2.8 million. Now, sadly, as we know, Matthew Perry of the TV hit show Friends passed away. And he owned Banksy's, and they went up for auction, and he's driven the price up because of his fame. That's a print, edition of 25. Guys bid on this. You're at the price of the frame. Let's go back to the art. Wow. It is, why? Banksy is the #1 street artist in the world. Anything pre-2010 is considered very rare, very early. Tony was talking about going to England for the art festival. I want to go. I've never been to England. My ancestors are from there, but I've always wanted to go. And at the Bristol Underground Art Festival, it's like a big party. And they have rock bands, and they got art shows, and they got all of, food booths and everything set up. A guy, they think it was Robin Gunningham, who was walking through the audience throwing fake 10 British pound notes up into the air. It was called the Banksy of England, with Princess Diana, not the Queen, on it. And they were free. A lot of people threw them away. And they went from, this is years ago, for Christmas, I was going to buy one for Tony, one for me. And they were $135 each. I went, I'm not spending $135. So I didn't buy them. Now they average $4,000. The record is $9,000 for one.
Well, for many years, they thought the guy from, you mentioned Mos Def earlier. I don't have one. Mos Def did an album with Mass Attack, the British band.
Okay.
And for years, the rumor was that one of the members of Mass Attack was Banksy. Because every time they would do a show in a city,
a work of art would appear. This is unbelievably underbid. You know it and I know it. And the other thing is condition and rarity. Condition and rarity. And I'm going to say it again. I don't say this very often. I like it because of the cool factor. You walk into a house and you see that Banksy and you go, what? That is cool. I mean, it's like walking into a room and seeing an Andy Warhol soup can or a Lisa Mee. I like going home. I like going home and seeing art I like.
All right, last minute, guys. 1 minute.
All right, underbid. Crazy underbid. And I do want to point out something. That is not spray paint. That is a true lacquer. This is the most expensive molding we have on the show. You can tell by the quality of the glossiness on the side. The frame is handmade individually for the piece. Custom matting. Now, the other thing that a lot of people overlook, and it's common, let's go to, bottom right. You see, that's not a paper matting board. That's wood hand wrapped with linen. And look at the quality of the cut, the joinery work on that. This is furniture. And another gallery would give you a matting board. Well, if we go up, there is a circle cut, laser guided mat cutter that has mounted this perfectly. And then if we go to the left, look at the cutting right there. Look at the mat board cut right there. It's flawless. Now this is high-end framing, but it's the rarity that is the factor for me. All right, and here we go. Put it away, enjoy it, and watch the art market rebound. You do realize, of course, you're living in one of the greatest times in history to be, in our lifetime, to be an art collector. And I say that quite seriously. I've read many an article that it hasn't been this good for the art collector since the Great Depression of 1930, about 100 years ago. I agree. Because both Tony and I have lived through a seller's market, about 1997 to 2005. Oh my God. I was like, tra la 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 la, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. I thought it would never end. Oh, it ended with the pandemic in the year 2000. Whew. But as always, I'm hopeful. Oh, you know it's coming. You're going to get your homework. And a lot of you have not been doing your homework now, have you? Because you're naughty. Go to my computer. There'll be a test on Friday. Bring 2 sharpened pencils. I really want you to understand. I can't even look at that picture. That's a dead ringer for my college roommate named Jim Hayes. I swear it. Anyhow, John Maynard Keynes. He built and refined earlier work on the causes of business cycles. We're in a downturn of a business cycles. He's been referred to as the father of macroeconomics. He's considered the most influential economist of the 20th century. And read about him. He challenged the ideas of neoclassical economics that held that the free markets would, in the short to medium term, automatically provide full employment, as long as the workers were flexible in their wage demands. We've seen that as not true. He argued that aggregate demand, total spending in the economy, determined the overall level of economic activity. We're seeing that here at the auction. And furthermore, inadequate periods of aggregate demand leads to prolonged periods of high unemployment, wages and labor costs rigid downwards. Read the whole thing. We're living this. We are living this. Time magazine included John Maynard Keynes as one of the most important people of the century in 1999. His radical idea is that government should spend money they don't have. It saved capitalism. All right, I'm going to hush. Grumpy old coot. Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold. Paul Gauguin's Noa Noa. During his first visit to Tahiti, 1891 to 1893, Paul Gauguin documented his experience in his travel journal, Noa Noa. We first encounter the phrase Noa Noa when Gauguin describes the scent of the Tahitian women. I quote, "A mingled perfume, half animal, half vegetable, emanated from them. The perfume of their blood and of the gardenias, tiare, which they wore in their hair. Tiare marahi Noa Noa. I am now very fragrant," they said. When he returned to Paris in 1893, he was anxious to exhibit the works he produced during his 2-year sojourn. But he realized that the Paris art world might not understand his new work. He began writing Noa Noa to accompany an exhibition at the Durand-Ruel Gallery in Paris. He hoped that the travel journal would provide the viewer with the context necessary to comprehend the new themes in the work on exhibit. The work, however, was not completed in time for the exhibition opening. Gauguin's first journey to Tahiti can be interpreted as a self-imposed exile in light of his contemporaries' incomprehension of this new art, his hostile critics, and a financial disaster he was facing. Tahiti was an escape from Western civilization, an unspoiled land. To finance this trip to Tahiti, Gauguin organized the sale of 30 of his original paintings with the French auction house Drouot. The date was Monday, February 23rd, 1891. The sale was successful, and the proceeds from the sale amounted to 9,860 French francs. That's about 2 years' pay for a high-level government employee. He left Marseille April 1st, 1891, and arrived in Papeete June 9th, a 69-day voyage. Now, the publication history of this manuscript that we're looking at right now is as tumultuous as Gauguin's life. Even before leaving for Tahiti, Gauguin gave the manuscript to a poet by the name of Charles Maurice. And Charles Maurice kept it until 1908, and he sold it to a publisher by the name of Edmond Sagat to settle a debt. The first manuscript of Noa Noa was forgotten for nearly 40 years. Charles Maurice and Gauguin had a serious falling out over financial arrangements, and then Gauguin died. His wife, Meta, and his children continued to squabble about the publication rights and the financial arrangements. And then World War I intervened, and that delayed publication. Finally, in 1916, the great publisher George Christ negotiated a contract with Gauguin's wife, Meta, and then she died in 1920. Finally, in 1924, the manuscript was published with 24 woodcuts inspired by Gauguin. And the irony, the printing was assisted by his artist friend, Georges Daniel de Montfort. Let's go to my computer. The actual original notebook of Paul Gauguin was exhibited at the Grand Palace, look in the upper left, at the National Gallery. Was there for about a year in October 2017. Now, this is the actual document. Today it is in the Louvre. And I don't have time. There's no way to kind of like speed it up. So I have to jump ahead to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And then we wait for it. Turn the page, thank you. And there it is. Now you see that the actual document is quite faded. What we're offering you here is the first edition. What is Colotype? Colotype is an archaic printing press. It's 100 years old. They don't do it anymore because it's so labor intensive and so expensive. But what Colotype is known for is the quality and saturation of color. Let's go back to the art, look at the color. That's how it looked the day Gauguin painted it, because it was matched eye to eye. Now, because Charles Maurice had, go back to my computer, the actual notebook to compare it to. You employ what's called a chromist. A chromist is a color expert who uses wheel charts, or sometimes they're called tab charts, that match color, saturation, depth, and there's a big difference between indigo blue and turquoise blue and green, jade green and seafoam green. There are charts for all of that. Look at the color of the actual document that is in the Louvre today, and go back to our work of art. This was printed literally 100 years ago. Now, this is the French edition of 100. There is a German edition of 400. Guess where it is? It's on the bottom of the ocean. Ironically, even though it was printed in conjunction with the German printmaker, Maurice Gesellschaft, hold on a minute. I have to show you the actual document from Princeton University, who did a Princeton University. Now, a lot of people wonder why I type. I don't have an assistant. I write the show. We can't afford a lot of things. But here it is right here. Go to my computer. And this is one of the actual blocks. This is Princeton University, Special Collections, Firestone Library, Noa Noa. And that is a photograph. I think that's his wife. In any event, I don't know the symbolism of that. I've always wondered. Are they magnets? How do the two hands go to? I don't know. We pulled the Colotype facsimile of Paul Gauguin's Noa Noa for the students to study yesterday, and there it is right there. Paul Gauguin began writing his travel journal, Noa Noa, Fragrance, after returning to Paris and Tahiti in 1893. The transcript was given to a poet by the name of Charles Maurice. Now, in 1926, a facsimile of Gauguin's manuscript, now in the Louvre, was created by German art historian Julius Myers Graf, and he published an edition of 400. Are you ready? What happened to that? Just through his many German connections, the curator of arts, Elmer Adler, was fortunate enough to acquire copy number 34. But now when we read it, I'm going to jump ahead. The original Noah Noah still belongs to the Louvre. The Avant et Après, before and after manuscript, was sold by the German publisher Kurt Wolff, who had acquired it legally from Gauguin's widow Meta. I have just been informed by the last owners. It has been definitely lost in the way from England to America, thanks to Hitler's submarines. You know how rare this is? No, there's no 200 here. I could see this at the right auction going for $20,000. There's 100 in the world. I am offering you the best of the best of the best. I am offering you the best of the best of the best. And if you want to, where'd it go? Here. And there it is at the Louvre. Because they had the original. Look at the color. The color is faded. Let's go back to the art. That's the first edition. The German edition's gone. Isn't that wild? Isn't the world crazy? Oh my goodness. A Paul Gauguin first edition, 100 years old. Up for the taking. Up for the taking. I'm below the price of the frame. This is a museum piece. Princeton University has one. That's going to be 19 by 21. They have one of the 100. They have one of the 100. Let's go to the certificate. A pastoral, a country scene, a scene of the country. It is referenced in the book From Edouard Manet to David Hockney. It is said that real modern art began with Edouard Manet and then ended with David Hockney. We are now living in the postmodern era. We've gone beyond the postmodern era into street art, urban art, graffiti art. That's in the beginning of the book on page 15. That's right. Paul Gauguin is one of the precursors to modern art. The Skira catalog, the Carteret catalog, volume 4, Castleman catalog. First date colotype. Now, I read an article, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have no ego left, that there are 13 operational colotype presses in the world. They're just too expensive to make. But the color saturation lasts. We know that a true colotype will last a century. I have one in front of you. Now, what is pochoir? What is pochoir? Pochoir. It is a stencil, the French word for stencil. Why would they use a stencil on a print? To achieve uniformity. They're all the same. It's an original watercolor over a colotype. Executed by Ganymede in Berlin from the design of Paul Gauguin. One of only 100 examples on the planet. How many made it through World War II? How many are on American soil? I know of one at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, one at the Art Institute of Chicago, and one at Princeton University. I think it's the only one for sale in the world. Conceived in 1895 during Gauguin's second voyage to Tahiti, but before he moved to the outer island of Ivaoa. The printing executed under the direction of Meyer Graff and Maurice Gesellschaft for the French edition, Noah Noah, 1926. I'm looking for $12,000. It's a first edition Paul Gauguin. Paul Gauguin's in the $100 million club. Paul Gauguin's in the $100 million club. And you're telling me that it's $100 less than the frame? Tell you what, I'll give you $100 to take it. If you buy a $450 frame, I'll take $100 off. Unbelievably underbid. All right, here we go. We must move on. This is a live auction. We've had a lot of late bidders tonight, but I think it's very easy to see, I don't bid for you. I'm not going to do it. Go to my computer. That is the original in the Louvre. The true watercolor has faded. One thing about Colotype is that it doesn't fade. Let's go back to the art. Go to the top center around 11 o'clock. Is that a guy fishing, or is he working the field? What is that gentleman doing? Or is it a bird in a tree? I don't know. Is it a bird? I don't know. Okay, free money. That's all we got today is free money. Going once, going twice, any $25. I'm doing $25 bids on 100-year-old first edition Paul Gauguin's. Gosh. Go to my computer. I quote Princeton University, Firestone Library Special Collections. I quote Princeton Universities. They have the Colotype of Paul Gauguin's Noah Noah. There it is right there. I can print this out for you. It's not a problem. I've just been informed by the last owners. It has been definitely lost in the way from Europe to America, England to America. You don't see that very often on a work of art. It was sank by a U-boat. And you're telling me that's you're telling me that's a couple $100. What? You're living in paradise. And the color is bright and beautiful. Let's go back to the art. And yes, we live in the real world, and I just want to let you know that I like to have a feeling that my collection is the right decision. I bought a lot of art and anyhow, go to my computer. The most expensive paintings in the world, Leonardo da Vinci in first place, $450 million plus, $450 million. So let's look at a few of the others. Second place at $407 million. Willem de Kooning. Fourth place at $285 million. Paul Gauguin. When will you marry? Want to see the fun part? Look at her face. Go back to the art. It's the same girl. No, there's no 700. I'm not even looking for 7,000. I love the livestock. And you know that really happened. Go to my computer. Still today in Samoa, Tahiti, and Hawaii, a flower behind the left ear means you're single. Look at mom behind her. When will you marry, daughter? When will you move the flower to the right ear? She's single. Let's go back at $280 million. Let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. I've got 7.5 pounds, going to be at $8, $50 bids. The record is like 9,000 from the same. You're living in paradise. You're art collector's dream. I've got 8 now, it's going to be a 9. I've got 8 now going once. I've got 8 now going twice. All in, all done. 8.5 now, it's going to be a 9. I got 8.5 now, it's going to be a 9. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. 10 cents on the dollar now. Go to my computer. There is a complete portfolio at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, which I love. I truly hope that I can go back. Last time I was there, it was 2008, and I went with Tony. Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer. It is also at the Cleveland Museum of Art. I was working in an art auction, and I had a choice. I could either go to the Cleveland Museum of Art or the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Where do you think we went that day? Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer at the Brooklyn Museum of Art. They only have the frontispiece. They only have the cover. That's the cover art. They don't have the portfolio. Let's go back to the art. And one more. Go to my computer, the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. I love the National Gallery of Art. I highly recommend it. Now, the thing about the National Gallery of Art, when you go there, so anyhow, I walk in through this beautiful front door, and I'm here in this lobby, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, this is incredible. National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C. And I'm like, and I'm walking around, I go, and I see these 2 security guards, and I go, did I sneak in? It's free.
Yeah, because they took our tax money and bought all these wonderful pieces of art.
We're so lucky. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California!
Sold it under the money.
Sold
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time
Hammer's up and I'm all done, all in, and I
for cash.
sold. I have a wonderful announcement. This is the very first, and we've been carrying him for 11 years, I think, pretty sure 11 years. Almost 10. Okay. The first red one. I've never seen this color palette before.
Oh, I love those.
I think it's great. This should be a Ferrari. 24 by 29 on the frame there. There it is right there. You're going to see it's about a yard. You know what a yardstick is. I'm not going to touch it. It does have that beautiful diamond dust in it. One of the things I do want to point out about it is right here, this custom framing.
300.
That's called a float mount. And so when you get it home, it looks like the art is floating in the frame. If we come down a little bit, it's on the bottom. It's all the way around. It's all the way around, and it really gives it a floating effect. And museums do that. It's a frame within a frame to hold the canvas stretcher bars, and that is on canvas. Even though you'd think it's on like glass or something, it isn't. Because, why does it look like it's on glass? It is on canvas, and it is signed. It's because when he finishes the painting, he'll do a resin coat. He'll hand paint resin. Is that a polyvinyl clear cast? I don't know. I don't know the brand. And then you go over it with a blowtorch and pop all the bubbles with a pin. So it's got this incredible shine and glossiness and durability. At retail at $7,800, I'll take any bid. He is an international superstar, and I'm not just saying that. Let's go to the certificate. Shadows and Dreams. The original mixed media work. And why is it? Well, because it has diamond dust, it has paint, it is on canvas, it has resin, so it is properly called. You can't call it really an acrylic painting, you can't really call it, it's a mixed media. Anytime you mix things up, it's a mixed media. Hand signed by the artist on the back, a series of unique variants. This would be number 6 in the series, executed by KEF in 2026, and very rare, because they're all different. And we did have a client, I guess it's been about 2 years ago, that said, oh, doesn't that dilute it? Doesn't that dilute the value? No. Every artist I've ever met likes money. And if something sells and it's successful, they'll do it again. Claude Monet painted over 200 water lilies. Degas painted over, 100 horse scenes with jockeys. Yep. Picasso did 43 versions of Los Meninos, a tribute to another artist. So if it's successful, they will do a series. It is a series that is hand-signed, a series of unique variants. So none are the same, but they do have that same feeling. Go to my computer. Both Tony and I are very pleasantly watching him become a superstar. I said that should be a Ferrari. Well, he's already done the big 7 Series. I think that car runs about $150,000. BMW at Tampa said, sure, paint one. That's confidence. Kind of like what Porsche did a couple years ago. So when I say successful, I really, truly mean it. He's from Berlin. He was born in a little town in Germany called Aachen, A-A-C-H-E-N. And, like artists throughout history, go to Paris, go to Berlin, go to New York City. If you can make it there, you can make it. You go to the big city. So this is Berlin City Hall. That's when you know you've made it. Yeah, those are all KEF paintings. Yep, they really are. So what's he been up to lately? Well, he just toured China. And how's that going? Let's have a look. Let's go back to the art. I think you can tell he's doing well. I would love to see that paint job on a Ferrari. Hey, Dave, let's give it some close-ups because his technique is just getting better and better and better. That's all diamond dust. Yeah, that's not like, I don't know, warehouse dust. Let me see if I can put a little bit of light on there. Get that diamond effect really going. It's better. Tony's right. It's better in person.
The wide shot, it's almost like the reds are overpowering everything.
Yeah, I agree. It's better in person.
It looks gorgeous. I mean, it looks not bad on TV, but it's absolutely gorgeous. 850. The diamond does really stand out.
The record for me, Ray Taylor, standing where I'm standing right now for a similar, and it was bigger, 31,000. But the record for a Kef painting was done at a charity auction, $61,000. One of the things that determines success for an artist is, does it attract celebrity? Well, go to my computer. To me, there's the three greatest rock and roll bands: the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Led Zeppelin, and that's Robert Plant. And at the Cancer Awareness Trust in England, about a year ago, this painting, the one on the left, in the blue, bottom left, $61,000. It is my opinion the day of the $100,000 Kef is coming. I think it's inevitable.
I can express through my art what I think the whole world needs, and that is harmony. So for me, this work called Heart for Harmony is deeply personal, like Next Level. It's always been the focus in my art. Spirit, flow, and harmony. For me, the joy of painting is absolute freedom, and that is what this heart represents. I can express what I think the whole world needs, and that is harmony. Just like all of my art, this work that is now part of a museum exhibition in the UK brings public awareness to social issues. My artwork is highly visible art, directed expressions of my experience. It's really that simple. I want this work to be that beacon of hope that inspires others. My art is an indelible mark left not only on the canvas, but on the mind of those who view it. Inspiring and affecting change as an artist did not begin with me, but I'm grateful to carry on this monumental responsibility.
Let's go back to the art. What a decent human being. The world needs more Kef. All right, about at minimum $900 frame. It is my top recommendation. Yeah.
Well, that's you.
Now I have a small monitor off to the side of the stage, and then I'm looking at the work of the art, and I'm telling you, it's better in person. It's beautiful. And wouldn't you love to see a Ferrari painted like that? No, I know. One of those new Volkswagen Bugs. No, the new Volkswagen bus, the little van. What do you think about those, Tony? He don't care. He likes his hot rod.
I don't care.
I do like those little Volkswagen microbuses. I think they're great. All right, and here we go. And, you know, I'm truly convinced this is the beginning of his career. He is just taking off. Let me give you an idea. Go to my computer. World Cup soccer. We think the Super Bowl is the biggest thing on TV. Nope. 450 million people watch the Super Bowl. 8 billion on the 5 billion people watch World Cup. Now that's 4 years ago. 4 years ago, when Argentina won.
Wait. What? The inspiration behind my design is that first it's the desert rose from Qatar, which I think the organic shape suits very well my work. And second, the colors of both countries, Germany and Qatar, I made them meld together into my design. Wait. What?
That is the symbolic or artistic goalposts for football, World Cup soccer. Now, you know, in tennis, it's the Grand Slam. In golf, it's the hole-in-one. In soccer, you kick it through the goal. 5 billion people saw that. Only 8 artists were chosen. He was one of the 8. That literally makes him 1 out of a billion. 8 billion people on the planet. And I've said this before, and you know, I love how the diamond does really. Oh, the diamonds are just beautiful on that. Go back to the art. Sorry.
I think our cameras are having a hard time with all that red. Digital cameras.
Yeah, the diamond dust on this is superb. It is absolutely superb.
All right, last minute, we're minute out, guys. 1 minute.
8 billion people on the planet. 8 artists were chosen out of that. That literally makes him 1 out of a billion. You know what an honor that is? To be an official artist of World Cup soccer and to design the goal. Yeah, that's kind of big. That's pretty big. That's darn big.
15.
1 out of a billion. And again, I do want to point out quality. It is on canvas. And that combination of resin and canvas, it just makes it look spectacular. Here, I want to show you the back again. But that's all hand painted. You see the resin? The resin is hand painted. And then before it dries, you go over it with a blowtorch. You pop all the little bubbles. I love it. All right, here we go. Oh, we're about 10,000 under bid, but that's okay. Oh boy, what a world. You're living in an art buyer's, and they don't do this in Berlin. They don't do what we do in France. Guys, we are special. And going back to what Tony said earlier at around 8:30, he could move to China. He said, I have 5 years of commissioned work waiting for me in China. But he's, born and raised in Germany. He's going to get homesick. He goes, I just get homesick. I want to go back to Berlin. I don't.
He comes here twice a year, too.
And he does come here twice a year.
The last 8 years, that kid's probably gotten millions of fire miles, I tell you.
Yeah.
Somebody getting on a plane for more than 2 hours. Hard for me to do 2 hours.
But I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Tony ever goes to Barcelona, I don't think he'll come home.
16.
What a wonderful city. It was so funny. I was there with a doctor by the name of Michael Gorian. We both looked at each other. We're in downtown Madrid. And at the same time, we both go, 17. I could move here. I go, yeah, I could do 2 years here. What a livable, wonderful city. You know what I've been thinking about this whole show is an art collector by the name of C.J. Green. C.J., I'm glad we're friends. Been thinking about you all day, C.J. All right, we have a couple of bidders, 4 bidders on the phone. Time to make your move. We must move on. Coming up on almost 11:30, not quite. Thank you for your bid. And I think you can tell by the videos of him, what a nice human being. What a decent person. No, there's no edition number on this. No, Simon Kef is so ethical. If it was an edition, there'd be an edition number on the back. It's signed. All right, we must move on, and this is how you hit a home run. I've got 19 now, it's going to be a 2. I've got 19 now going once, I've got 19 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square, and keep this in the family. Listen to me. You're buying at the bottom of the market. Wait, be patient. You know what? No, don't even think of it in that. Just enjoy it. Going once, going twice. Sold.
An astounding new artist in the realm of contemporary art, Josh Hernandez, aka Mad Charcoal, is one of the most exciting and innovative artists we introduce to our audiences. Termed a groundbreaking figure in expressive abstract realism, his evocative portraits capture human emotion and experience, blending technical mastery with raw, emotional depth. With millions of followers on Instagram and over 7 million TikTok followers, he is truly one of the most talented young artists to emerge onto the art scene. Renowned for his mastery of charcoal, he creates artworks that blend hyperrealism with emotional depth, producing works that resonate deeply with viewers and collectors. His rise in the art world has been marked by an uncompromising dedication to exploring human emotion, the fragility of existence, and the power of narrative. With a unique vision for detail, he crafts intricate, large-scale compositions that are at once haunting and captivating. His subjects, ranging from raw portraits of human faces to dynamic movement, leap off the canvas alive with intensity. The stark contrasts of light and shadow in his pieces evoke a visceral reaction, challenging viewers to confront the underlying themes that permeate his work. Through his unique, innovative use of charcoal, he has established himself as an essential voice in modern art. Mad Charcoal's fearless experimentation with tools like erasers, brushes, and the use of his hands as an artistic tool has transformed the traditionally rigid medium into a fluid, dynamic art form. Join us at the Fine Art Auction for a front row seat and experience the extraordinary artistry of Mad Charcoal as we showcase these magnificent works of art and make them available to collectors worldwide.
Bidder on that Kef that we just auctioned off. That was spectacular. That red, wait till you, it didn't come across fully on the screen as it does in person. I promise you that. It looked good on TV, but wait till you see that in person, winning bidder. You just collected, probably my favorite Kef I've ever seen. I've never really seen him do something with that total red background like that, and there's a lot of colors in that, so you did very well. Congratulations. I'm jealous. I would have liked to have that one. I don't own a Kef. That would have been one of the ones I would have chosen. But we're going to move on. And now we have one of our other new superstars. I think we've had Mad Charcoal around for about a year now or so. I know we're working diligently to get him on the show. But I am going to reward everybody that stuck with us. It is 11:30 on a Sunday. I know some people have to get up and go to work tomorrow. I have to fly out to go to South Florida tomorrow. I know and you know, Ray could tell you, if I know when I have to fly the next day, I can't sleep the night before because I hate flying. And I have to get to the airport 4 hours early so I can have about 4 drinks before I get on the plane. That's the only way I can get on a plane. I don't like it anymore. I just don't like it. I used to not mind it when I was younger, and I'm glad I did a lot of traveling when I was younger, because when everybody's like, don't you miss travel? And I was like, my standard response is, Ray, I've seen enough. I've seen enough. But here, I'm going to try to reward everybody for hanging in there with us late tonight on a Sunday evening. I'm going to put a very special price on this. So I would pick up the phone. I only have 4 available. It's an artist-proof edition of only 22 in the world. Hand-signed, numbered by Mad Charcoal. Very special Sunday night price, late night price, unheard of. $295, no buyer's premium. Guys, that's a $500 frame. I'm going to measure it for you in just a second. Ray's going to tell you a little bit more about Mad Charcoal. He is a superstar. And like I said, we are working hard to get him on the air, get him live here in person. I'm sure that's going to happen very soon. On the frame, you're looking at 25 by 31. 25 by 31. Easily a $500 frame. $295. Buy it now. No buyer's premium. And I'll hand it over to Ray so he can tell you a little bit more about Mad Charcoal. Only 4 available. Only 4 available.
You know, I think about so many artists that have come on this show, and they're so young, and it's just, you know what? All of them, they're just such decent human beings. And and the more, go to my computer, this nice young man who is so humble, and now he's got galleries in New York City. Yes, if you have a gallery in Manhattan, you're talking about a serious financial investment by the gallery owner. And you better sell, and you better be darn good. You better sell, and you better be darn good. He's got a gallery sponsorship here in Atlanta, one in Scottsdale, Arizona. Josh Hernandez. Let's go back to the art. I'll tell you a little bit more. And born in 1995. Oh, my goodness. He's just a baby. Oh, my goodness. 1995. That was living in Honolulu. We just opened our first gallery in Las Vegas. That was another story, but 1995. Self-taught, American, Hispanic, heritage, and the very beautiful. I think that's glare. I'm going to move. I think that orange thing is glare in the studio, but that's all right. We've got a lot of lights here. They're abstract. They're real. And he has a deep, deep religious faith, but at the same time, he shows a lot of raw emotion. And he had a rough start. He was raised in the rough part, the urban Los Angeles, not the good part, not the leafier part of the city. But now he lives in Phoenix. And I quote, "He has transformed the grit of his upbringing and the depth of his faith to a powerful visual meditation on humanity." And I agree. And how many times have we heard this? As a young boy, Hernandez was known as the kid who draws. Isn't that seem to be a common thread? Yeah, they draw on everything. He said, I would find comfort in my sketchbooks rather than my textbooks. He said, but my big artistic breakthrough came in high school. I picked up a piece of charcoal. It was dark. It was a medium. It was a medium that gave me immediacy. It gave me freedom. And that moment became a lifelong pursuit of mastering charcoal. And he has. I think he's a master. Now, like a lot of young artists, he did work in graphic design. But then, this is so recent, 6 years ago, he started publishing and sharing his charcoal portraits online. And it went viral, global. And I mean global. He has 9 million collectors, followers, admirers worldwide. He's in the Marshall Gallery in Scottsdale, the Krause Gallery, New York, Luca Gallery right here in Atlanta. He is becoming a global artist. And I feel very proud, very lucky to be part of his explosion. Now, how do we know? How do we know if he's made it? How do we know if he's gone into the big time? Go to my computer. He's launched an entire series of merch, drawing pads, charcoal kits, bundles, pastels, compressed charcoal, palette knives, charcoal sticks, raw charcoal, blending stumps, erasers, pencils. But are you ready? He also is selling classes. He's a teacher now with lifetime access. I highly recommend it. So yeah, he's gone big. Big, 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 big. Let's go back to the art. Buy it now. We only have, how many do we have left? That literally, and I guarantee it, it's below the price of the frame. If you can find a framer that'll do that with real satin finish lacquer, real plexiglass, not window pane glass. Plexiglass is 5 times more expensive. Go to Lowe's, go to Home Depot. Super high quality. What I like about this is the matting and the float mount. Now, what is a float mount? If we come right down here in the bottom right, again, I have to put a light on it. You'll notice that the black matting board does not overlap. The work of art, the paper, appears to be floating. Let me angle it. You can barely see, well, the paper is not glued down. It's called a float mount. Very expensive. We come up a little bit. Josh, great autograph. And then in the bottom left, we have, it is an artist proof. It is an artist proof. I don't know which one you'll get. First come, first serve. Let's go to the certificate. Mad Charcoal. Josh Hernandez. You have captured the mist of myself. We are below the price of the frame. A giclée of archival pigments on a wove paper signed by the artist lower right, numbered lower left, signed, numbered, and inscribed on the back. Artist proof. So I do want to show you, and why did I say you'll never get this frame at $295? When they do custom cuts, that is a plexi window there, you have captured the mist of myself. Josh. Yeah, custom cut framing like that, it's going to run you over $400. All right, the art is free. Just buy a lovely custom frame.
Well, that's what I get for thinking, because I thought the phones would light up at
Yeah.
this price. I don't know why not. All right, we only got 3 left, right?
3 left. I'd love to own it. His ability, his talent. And yes, online you can find him actually making the art, and it's pure. What I mean by pure is he's not using a stencil, he's not using a projection, he's not using a computer. It's him. Go to my computer.
Hey guys, my name is Josh Hernandez. You might know me as Mad Charcoal. Welcome to my fast portrait gesture drawing mini course. I'm going to be teaching you how to draw like I do quickly. I'm really excited to have you guys here. I'm excited to show you how I learned to gesture draw over the years and what I do every day before I create my long-term drawings. In this course, you can expect to learn a lot of really valuable things for your art career, including what materials I use for this drawing process, the setup that I have, including my easel, my drawing board, the paper I use, my reference, even lighting to be able to draw effectively, quickly, and beautifully. So in this course, I'll be teaching you a lot of really useful skill sets and principles in the drawing process, including seeing with your eye and not with your presuppositions about what you're seeing when you're drawing, about composition and how you set up your drawing to be successful on the page and balance.
Okay, let's go back to the art. I can forward that to you if you need it. Leave your number. I'm sorry, email, and you can find it. Just type his name. That is a great value. You're not going to get the custom frame like that for $400. How about $105 off? and free art. Free art.
Let them know if they're on the phone, they're guaranteed their spot. Let them know.
If you're on the air, if you're on the phone right now, you're guaranteed a spot. You're guaranteed to get one.
And we have one more.
And then we have one after that.
Right.
If you're on the phone, you have it. If you're on hold, we have one left. It's first come, first serve. Hang in there. You'll probably get it. Yes. Okay, that's a masterpiece. As we approach the end of the estate of the legend Jean-Claude Navarro, they're just getting better and more spectacular. I've never seen anything like this. The execution, the handling, everything about it is flawless. It is a museum piece. And isn't it funny when something clicks? I remember scuba diving in the Keys, and I saw a sea critter, and the second I saw it, and I asked the captain what it was, and he said it was a relative of the jellyfish, and he said a name. Anyhow, I love this. There's 12 inches, so just under 12 inches, maybe 11 and a half. On the width, that is going to be about 10, ballpark me. You can see it. It's about 10 by 12, ballpark me. But the other thing I wanted to show you, here is the stopper. These run about $2,000. Now, if you break one, they're very hard to match. But what I wanted to show you was the top of the vase of his own impressions there. When you see it in person, how his own hand pressed these out, or a flattening tool. But when you look at it, it's magnificent. Then on the bottom, of course, it is signed. Now, leave the camera there. I'm just going to go over and get my flashlight because they are kind of hard to see. Right there by my fingertip is in cursive Navarro. Now, he had an electrical motor with a flexible shaft and a diamond tip, not a drill bit. It was a diamond tip. And then, if I turn it over, you can see he also double signed it in block letters. J.C. Navarro, Jean-Claude, and then in cursive beneath it. There's the year right there, Jean-Claude Navarro, and then a proper, they're very heavy, proper autograph here. That would be in cursive and then block lettering as well. What I like about this is perfection. That's perfection. That is unbelievably good. Everything about this. And it's so tactile. And there's a little passage of a double bubble right over here on the right there. I've never seen anything like it. The second I saw it, I fell in love. Oh, it's a heart. Maybe it's a heart with an atrial wall. There's something about that double bubble. Let me try another flashlight. This is magnificent. Okay, this is a true museum piece. Yes, I would love to own this. Wow, come in right here. Kind of looks like the planet Saturn with those little, like the surface of Mars or something. It's exquisite. Well, it's not just me, but critics worldwide have called him one of the greatest of all time. And of course, it does come with the stopper. And that is a work of art. Of course, it's all flawless. Nothing is chipped. Nothing is damaged. Perfect, coming directly from his estate. It's never been in an art gallery. There are art galleries in Monaco on the French Riviera that are carrying these, and the prices are very, very high. I have no bid. Let's give it a clock. If I don't get a bid, I'll pass. I don't bid for you. I don't set. What? We have one bidder? Thank you for the bid. I just want to show you something about it. Let's go to the certificate. I've never seen anything like it. It is a glass sculpture that is blown glass with the stopper and multicolor emulsions and gold leaf. It is signed and dated by the artist on the base, double signed, in cursive and block letter. It is unique from his personal collection. It's from the family estate. It does not feel like 11 years ago. It feels like we were just talking about having him come and be on the show. Executed in 2005. It is extremely scarce. And once again, I would like to thank, and I mean thank, Orban Huchette. It is his friendship, kindness, and generosity that led to us. That led to us having his art while he was alive, and then directly put in touch with his family after his passing. That cannot be 11 years ago. Being in the art business, I'm used to flowery descriptions of art, very verbose and descriptive. Just give it to me straight. I like Walter Cronkite, and that's the way it is. We don't get much of that much more, but go to my computer. I like ArtNet. Anybody can use it. Anybody can read it. Just ArtNet. You can remember that, ArtNet. And it'll give you the straight deal. Jean-Claude Navarro. Does not seem like, it seems like a year, how can that be 11? Hush, Ray. Jean-Claude Navarro was a French artist. Good, we're on the right track. Considered one of the greatest glassmakers of the 20th century. There you go. And look who they mention him in the same breath. Dale Chihuly. Boom. What? Yes. That's all we need to know. You're getting the best in the world. Now, a Dale Chihuly, you can drop $450,000 on. Well, he has the publicity, and I think his breakthrough, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to go by with what I read. When I walked into, no, this is 10 years ago, probably longer. When I went to Las Vegas, we went to the Bellagio, and I looked up, and it was the whole ceiling was a Dale Chihuly sculpture. I went, oh my gosh. I think that had something. Anyhow, back to Navarro. His lamps, bottles, and vases utilize Art Deco-inspired shapes to create swirling, colorful form. He pioneered techniques such as adding and layering unique materials directly into the molten glass, such as metal oxides, precious stones, luminescent powders. I'll show you an example in the video in a moment. Does this matter? Yes. In recognition of his ambition with his medium, he's included in the Guinness Book of World Records. That matters. He is the maker of the largest hand-blown glasswork ever created. Born in 1943 in Antibes, Antibes is a beach town on the French Riviera. In 1946, when World War II was over, Picasso lived there. I've never been. I'd love to go. I've seen a video of it. It reminds me a little bit of the Gulf Coast of Florida, but that's okay. He studied glassmaking at the age of 14 in a town called Biot, and he opened his own studio there in 1977. He died in Monaco at the age of 72. Now his family lives in Monaco. A 2-bedroom apartment in Monaco is about $5 million. And I have been told, I think they raised it to $6 million. You have to have $6 million cash before you can live there. But if you live there and you have $6 million cash in the Bank of Monaco, you live tax-free. That's pretty darn good. Of course, I'm not going to worry about that. Look, someday I'm going to be so rich. I'm going to be so rich that when my neighbor puts out old furniture on the curb, I'm going to drive by without even slowing down and staring. That's how rich I'm going to be someday. My friend Dan, he's an electrical engineer. He said, Ray, nobody's that rich. Not in our world, Dan, not in our world. Yes, this could be in the Corning Glass Museum. No, this is not $2,000. A little perfume vial this big is $6,000. I'll show you in a moment. A jiffy is 1/100th of a second. A moment is 2.5 minutes. Gosh, this is good. It's good. This is really, really good. It matches perfectly. I don't know. There's something about this. This, and I'm not just saying it. This one really clicks with me, and I really like, and I'll show you the video of how he does these little wings on top. He cuts them with the scissors, and then he flattens them. I'll show you the process in this video. Give me just a bit. Go to my computer.
Dear Acorns, I'm planning.
I got an ad.
Intentions.
Sorry. Let me turn off the thing. I forgot. I forget you always get an ad. Okay, go to my computer.
J'ai découvert ce métier, j'avais 14 ans. J'avais 14 ans et ça m'a beaucoup plu. Et j'en ai fait une passion et c'est ma vie et c'est mon travail.
That's what's on this one. That's what's on this one. See how he's doing it?
C'est pas le nombre de pièces que je fais, c'est les pièces qui restent bonnes. Parce que les pièces, quand elles sont soufflées et finies, qu'elles vont au four, sur 5-6, il y en a toujours une, 2 ou 3 qui cassent. Parce que je les recuis 2 jours et on ne sait jamais lesquelles c'est qui vont casser. À cause des couleurs qu'il y a dedans. 1200 degrés. Je travaille entre 1100 et 800 degrés. Quand la pièce elle est terminée, elle est recuite au four à 560 degrés pendant 2 jours. Et après, la température descend doucement. Et quand la température elle est bonne au bout de 2 jours, on ouvre le four pour sortir les pièces. Il y en a des bonnes, il y en a des cassées, c'est normal, c'est comme ça. J'avais 14 ans dans mon petit village à Biot et j'allais jouer. Il était en train de construire une petite verrerie toute petite. J'allais jouer et quand j'ai vu les fours chauffés chauds, ça m'a beaucoup plu. Je me suis fait embaucher, j'avais 14 ans. J'ai grandi à la verrerie de Biot, j'ai appris mon métier en bas. Pas ça, j'ai pas appris ça. J'ai appris à faire du verre, des verres à pied, des carafes et des pichets, j'ai appris ça. Et j'ai toujours cherché, quand j'avais le temps, de faire autre chose que ce qu'on m'avait appris. Et ça a duré 20 ans. Un jour, j'ai quitté la verrerie de Biot, j'ai fait ma première verrerie. La verrerie, j'en ai fait 5 en tout.
Let's go back to the art. I do have something else to show you. Give me, again, just a second here. Go to my computer, one exactly the same size. And then this one, which is a perfume vial, little thing. It holds about an ounce, little bitty thing. But It is signed. Sorry, I've enlarged it too much. Hey, why is it there? There's the signature. Now ours is double signed, block letters and an autograph. I think I have that too large. There we go. So that'll hold about 1 ounce. That'll hold about 1 ounce. Little bitty thing. This one's about the same size, almost exactly. You've got, guys, they don't wholesale these anymore. It is my highest. This one belongs in a museum. Let me go back to the art. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want a home run, it's right here in front of you. Now, when we get to the end of the estate, we will announce it. But he did pass away 11 years ago. And it is a factor of supply and demand. Could you imagine being in Monaco, one of the most expensive cities in the world? You'd never see this. Perfect. It is a perfect presentation. That's a 10. Nothing you could add, nothing you could take away. And flawless. And it just feels good to touch. Yeah, isn't it funny when you see a work of art and it just clicks? Yeah, that's spectacular. Wow. That is a museum piece. All right, we must move on. We must move on. If you want a home run, here it is. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. 26. Thank you for the bid. One this big is $6,000. Flawless. Perfect. No mistakes. Look how thick this glass is. That's amazing to me. And there's like a little double bubble, almost like a little heart or an atrium on there. I don't know what you'd call it. Kind of hard to see on the screen. Do you see it on the left there? No, you see, really, it's double. Beautiful. All right, here we go. I've got 28. I'm sorry, I don't. I have 26 now. I was going to bid 7. I've got 26 going once. Yeah, that's flawless. That's just flawless. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. Yes, this could easily be in the Corning Glass Museum in Pittsburgh. That's magnificent. That's magnificent. And why is it? I know this is just silly, but doesn't it remind you of the Spirit of Victory, the hood ornament on a Rolls Royce? I know it's not. But a little bit, when I first saw it, I go, it looks like a Rolls Royce. I know it's not a Rolls Royce. But I don't know, it just, oops, sorry, that's too much. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Oh, and I almost forgot. On Amazon, which we all use nowadays, but there are little pedestals that will illuminate from the bottom. Just go online and type in illuminated sculpture pedestals, and you'll find it. And they're like $14. Some of them change color. I showed it last Friday. Power bid me now. Beautiful. Magnificent. All right, and here we go. I've got 38 now, it's going to be at 9. I've got 38 now, it's going to be at 9. Way under the money. 39 now, it's going to be at 4, bit of 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 4, now it's going to be at a quarter. I've got 4 now. Who's going to bid 2,500? I mean, 2,500 more. I've got 4 now. We'll take a $100 bid. I've got 4 now going once. I've got 4 now going twice. All in, all done, all. You wouldn't be wrong at 5. Now when a perfume vial is 6. 1 ounce. 42. And they're right back in. It's a battle royale. I've got 42 now. It's going to be a 3. I got 42 now going once. I got 42 now going twice. Thank you for your bid. I've got 43 now. It's going to bid a 4, bid a 4, bid a 4. I've got 43 now. It's going to bid a 4. Way under the money, way under the money. Oh, way under the money now. The bid is to you. The bid is to you. Hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Nicely done, bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great treasures of this show is being able to share with you very, very rare, and I'll even say it properly, esoteric works of French artists. At the end of World War II, when everybody else was poor, Orban Huchette was buying art. And this truly is a museum piece. It is magnificent. It is in the right place at the right time when it comes to art, because Joseph Fernand Henri Léger, Fernand Léger, born in 1881, he passed away in 1955, was much more than a French painter and a sculptor. He was a filmmaker, and he left a legacy of art history that has never been duplicated. He is one of the founders of Cubism. And it has been said by many, not me, Cubism is the most important art movement of the 20th century. It changed everything. And he has gone down in history. Why? Because Cubism in the beginning was landscapes and objects, then still lifes. He was the first to modify it into human beings, human figures. It's called a populist style. And so what he did was transfer Cubism to be regarded as the forerunner of pop art, a reflection of American popular culture. Pop art doesn't mean pop like a balloon. It is a reflection of the populace. Vox populi, vox Deus. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Great art reflects the society in which the artist lived. Andy Warhol frequently mentioned Fernand Léger as the father of pop art. America's greatest artist is Andy Warhol. Might be Basquiat. Basquiat has passed him dollar-wise. He was born just north of Paris in Lower Normandy. Upper Normandy is the beach, D-Day. His father raised cattle, and he wanted his boy to have a lucky break and be educated. So his father took all of his money to move the boy to Paris in the year 1900. Now, in Normandy, he spent 3 years training to be an architect with the help of his father. And he moved to Paris and became an architectural draftsman. Now, when you're a young man in Paris, and they phased this out in 1996, if you're a fit, able-bodied young man, you owed your country 2 years military service. And he did that, 1902, 1903, and half of 1903. And after that, he could get a GI Bill, I'm using this slang, to go to the Academy of Fine Arts. And he began to show seriously as a painter in 1925. Now, like Picasso, like so many other artists, like Maurice Vlaminck, in 1907, he saw the Cézanne retrospective at the Salon des Atomes in 1907. It would change art history. Picasso went. Maurice Vlaminck went. Many other artists saw the Cézanne. It would change art history forever. He saw that in 1907. So then he moved to Montparnasse, the center of the art world in Paris. That is where he met Jacques Lipchitz, became close friends with Marc Chagall and Robert Delaunay, the husband of Sonia Delaunay. If you own a Delaunay from this show, you've hit the biggest home run. Don't sell it. In 1911, the hanging committee, art hanging, of the Paris Salon did all the paintings, put them in the same room that identified as cubists. That show in 1911 revealed Cubism to the public for the first time as an organized group. Then they would be, from there, they began exhibiting at the Paris Salon des Atomes, the winter time. See, the Paris Salon proper is in springtime, late February, early March. It's kind of winter. But anyhow, the autumn salon is a smaller, almost as equally important as the proper Paris Salon of February. To get into either one is great. Now, because he was a trained soldier, fire cannon, fire rifle, all you use a compass, use a map. No GPS back then. He was immediately called up for service. He was immediately drafted in 1914. He spent 2 years at the front in the forest of Argonne. Some of the most vicious fightings. And that is where he did the sketches of artillery pieces, airplanes, soldiers. In September of 1916, and I want to let you know something. I'm named after my grandfather, Raymond Taylor. Fernand Léger, in September of 1916, almost died after a mustard gas attack by the German troops at the Battle of Verdun. My grandfather was there, same day. He was bivouacked out, he was taken out of the field hospital, taken to Paris. From Paris, he went to Le Havre. He was put on a military transport ship, made it back home to see his wife, and he died within the year. That's my grandfather. So I'm very close to this. When he did his artwork of the war, he said, I was stunned by the sight of the barrel of a 75 millimeter cannon in the sunlight. It was a magic of light on white metal. That's all it took for me to forget the abstract art of 1912. There was a crudeness, a variety, a humor, downright perfection of men around me. They had a precise sense of utilitarian reality. And all of it was in the midst of this life and death drama we were in. It made me want to paint in slang with all the color and mobility. And that would change the history of art. World War I. He would take everything he learned from Cézanne to Picasso, from Man Ray to the Modern Academy. And from there he would go, when the war was over, he was invited by Nelson Rockefeller, and he would decorate the home, the Manhattan apartment of Nelson Rockefeller, and then be invited to the Museum of Modern Art. Now, during World War II, he was too old. He volunteered, and they said, nope, go home, old man, you've already served. So he lived in the United States, and he taught at Yale University. He shaped American art history. He said, I loved Manhattan. I was struck by the neon advertisements flashing all over Broadway. And you were there, you talk to someone, and all of a sudden he turns blue. And then the color fades, another neon light comes on, it turns him red, then it turns him yellow. I love New York. He is the father, the progenitor of America's greatest art movement, pop art. And he taught for many, many years. He taught at the Sorbonne. He taught at Yale. He taught at the Mills College Art Gallery in Oakland, California. He loved California. I cannot find this piece. You know where I can find it? Go to my computer. You know where this piece is? It's at the Fernand Léger National Museum. Are you ready for this? In Biot. What happened in Biot? Our glassmaker grew up there and began making glass in Biot. It all ties in. All right, let's go back to the art. $275? Do you know how much these sell for? Gosh. Hang on. I'm going to look it up for you. We're just having too much fun tonight. And once again, it all goes back to Orban Huchette. Now, of course, this is Lifetime. It is monogrammed in the bottom right. Go to my computer, and I find these prices to be a little bit low. These are prints, not paintings. This one just sold for $35,000, edition of 100, same size. You'd add 28% for that for the buyer's premium, so closer to $45,000. Let's go back to the art. I don't like my computer to jump around so much when you're watching. Go to my computer, the Circus at $36,800. The Dancers, $33,700. Very similar. It might be from the same series. Let's go back to the art. $375. I'm half the price of the frame. Wow. 1 minute left. No, it is a museum piece. It is a museum piece. I've got $375 going once. What in the wide world of sports is happening tonight? I've got $375 going twice. All in, all done. Oh my gosh. The man has 2 museums. All right, the clock has run out. We've done everything we can. We only have 45 minutes left in the show. We have, I think, the most important Salvador Dali we've ever had coming up in the 20-plus year history of this TV show. It will be a great honor for me to... It's very complex, very powerful. It is a true museum piece. Oh, I almost forgot. Oops, where is it? Here it is. Here it is. Let's go to the certificate, then I'll measure it. The head of a woman in a composition. Original serigraph. A serigraph means silk screened print. In color on veline d'arge paper. You can call it arches. Studio stamp, that is correct. Hand numbered. 562 of 1,000, published by the Guild, the International Guild of Engraving, in Paris between 1954 and 1955. Very scarce. And why did it take a year? They would print them on demand. They would determine the edition size, 1,000, and that is reflected in the desire. You don't print 1,000 unless you think you can sell us 1,000. So what they would do is they print them on demand. We have a gallery in Spain that wants 100. We have a gallery in New York that wants 200. You print them on demand. It's not unusual. We are below the price of the frame. It's free. That is going to be 31 on the button by 24. 31 by 24. And why do I say this frame is more than $450? Let's go to the upper right. Why not? That is a real three-dimensional liner with a concave and a beautiful gloss finish. Now we come up a little bit more to the upper right. See, a lot of people would assume that that is a white paper matting. That would be normal and cheap. Three-dimensional wood wrapped in linen, and look at the joinery work. You can't even see the seam. That is a satin finish lacquer. Yeah, that's going to be a $500 plus frame because you have that extra inner gold satin finish filet. That adds up. We're below the price of the frame.
Your paintings sell for, I think his record is for $50 million for a painting.
Yeah.
I don't think your prints, original prints, are $500. And your paintings go for $50 million.
Most of his prints are above $10,000. Oh, I can check.
I want to say years ago I looked it up and I swear it was 50 million or something.
Oops, hang on. Oh, I'm doing prints. Let me go back to...
Well, what's his record for a print? Oh, well, never mind.
$50,000 for a print.
Oh, well. We're nowhere near that.
A painting just sold. You're close.
How about,
$70 million.
How about $70 million for that painting?
Go to my computer.
$70 million for that original.
So when your paintings are selling for $70 million...
Your original prints are not $500.
And it's on burlap. What year was it done? 1913. Yeah, canvas was expensive. That's right.
You know, almost every Picasso painting done during the blue and the rose period has like 3 other paintings underneath it because he would just paint over them because he couldn't afford more canvas.
Right.
Well, think about that. The Scream's painted on cardboard. It's falling apart. Like,
yeah,
these guys are starving artists at some points. They can't afford to. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, $70 million. How many artists sell a painting for $70 million? Not many.
And if you get a lifetime first edition print, a true serigraph signed, and you get $100, it's $100 below the price of the frame, and you're getting the art for free, you might want to do that. Let's go back to the art. I will sell it. Free money. It is below the price of the frame, therefore it is free. It is correct. It is real. It is guaranteed authentic forever. And I do want to let anybody know, and everybody know, in the over 20 years Tony and I have been doing live television, we have never changed our policy. I didn't say most, I didn't say some. Every work of art is guaranteed authentic forever. Authorship is guaranteed unconditionally forever. Bid and buy with confidence. I think we're getting close to 100,000 clients, which is nothing because I just read where a big auction house has 13 million clients. So trust me, I'm not bragging on this. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. When Time magazine selected the British artist Banksy, the graffiti master, the painter, the activist, the filmmaker, the all-purpose provocateur, for a list in the world's 100 most influential people of the year 2010, he found himself in the company of Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, Lady Gaga, and a lot more. But he supplied a picture of himself with a paper bag over his head. It had the logo Recycle on it, naturally. But most of his fans, like me, I really don't want to know who he is. And there has been a bit of protest in Great Britain when they try to unmask him. But all of us, I want to follow this incredible success story. It began with outlaw spraying, or as the jargon has it, bombing, graffiti, walls in Bristol, England during the 90s. And now today his works, prints are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Paintings have gone to $25 million. They're in auction houses from Britain to America, literally around the world. Today, he has graffitied or bombed cities from, Vienna to San Francisco, Barcelona, Paris, even Detroit. And he's moved from graffiti on really gritty urban walls to paint on canvas. He's doing these incredible conceptual sculptures and even film. If you get a chance, watch the documentary. It's on Netflix, Exit Through the Gift Shop. And that was nominated for an Academy Award. Now, Pest Control is a tongue-in-cheek titled organization set up by the artist to authenticate real Banksy artwork. And that also kind of protects him from people that are prying. A lot of reporters want to get that interview. So most of the time he says, I'll hide behind a paper bag or more commonly an email, but I will control my own narrative. His last face-to-face interview took place in 2003. Now, he may kind of hide behind this concealed identity, but he advocates a direct connection between artist and everyone. He said there's a whole new audience out there. You don't have to go to college and then drag around a portfolio, mail off transparencies and slides to snooty galleries or know someone powerful. Today, all you need now is a few ideas and, an internet connection. He said, this is the first time the essentially bourgeois world of art has belonged to the people, and we need to make it count. Now, he grew up in Barton Hill. That's a district of Bristol in the 80s that was the scary part of town. It was very rough, very dangerous, very working class, run down, unwelcoming to strangers. He even said, he said, I decided to make my first real graffiti there. I came from he called it leafier part of town, a much nicer part of town. He goes, my own dad was badly beaten up there as a kid. So he was trying out names at the time. His earliest works were signed Robin Banks. Get it? Robin Banks? Okay. And soon, because of his friends, that evolved into Banksy. Now, this short nickname, I think, has less of the gangsters robbing banks cachet, but it's a lot more memorable, and it's easier to write on a wall. So around that time, he settled on a very distinctive stencil approach to graffiti. He said, I was 18, and we were painting a train with a bunch of my friends, and the British police showed up, and everybody ran. All of my friends made it to the car. I disappeared. I had to hide over an hour under a dump truck with engine oil leaking all over me, and I lay there listening to the cops on the tracks, on the train tracks, and I realized I had to cut my painting time in half or give it up altogether. And he said, I'm laying on my back under a dump truck. I'm staring straight up at the stenciled plate on the bottom of a fuel tank, and I realize I can just copy that. I can make each letter 3 feet tall. And he told a friend of his, he goes, as soon as I cut my first stencil, I could feel the power there. It was like a political edge. All of my graffiti is really low-level dissent. But stencils have extra history. They have been used to start revolutions, and stop wars. Start me at $10,000. It is physically the largest Banksy I know of. And I don't know if you know this, but it has been announced he's not doing any more prints. I will prove it, but I want to show you something very important. Go to my computer. Anybody can find this website. Just type in Banksy Explained. Banksy Explained. In November, Banksy confirmed the creation of 7 murals in the Ukraine. And they go all the way from Kyiv to Irpin to Borodyanka. Here we go, and this is proof. It's kind of hard to watch. Now, it's only a minute long, and this one appears right at the end. It's only a minute, so it's going to be over very quickly. There he is, he's making this exact one. There it is.
Бомба ж сюди впала, і тут загинули люди. Тут дитина в садочок ходила. Не сумуй, зай. Ми вже стільки викликали, що немає. Не трогай.
No, it's almost here. Hang on. There it is. There it is right there. Let's go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a part of history that cannot be reproduced. Banksy has announced he's no longer doing prints. I will prove it in just a moment. Just type in Banksy on Wikipedia. Let's go to the certificate, and then I'll measure it. This is in downtown Kyiv, the fire truck. An offset lithograph is in color on a thick wove paper from the deluxe edition that was executed for the Banksy Under Siege exhibition to benefit the Ukraine at the National Horse Racing Museum in Suffolk, England. What's interesting is that the British will have art shows in pretty much any museum. They're not too fussy about the venue. It is extremely rare because they're not on the market. These editions don't sell out in hours or days. They sell out in minutes. That is 4 feet right there. That is 3 feet. On the frame, that is going to be 38 by 45. That's 4 feet right there. And I find it profoundly poignant. I find it to be an important piece of history that will only get more and more valuable. Why? It is one of the rare double-sided prints. And I think this frame is about 45, 50 pounds. I'm very proud to say that for Razam, they are non-political. What they do is they raise money for bombing victims in the Ukraine. And we sold a work of art called The Heart of the Ukraine by Simon Hrolin. and raised $35,000 that gave 50 surgeries for children. I think it's the best thing we've ever done on this show. And again, this has got to be a 45-pound frame. I mean, that probably more. Now, a custom frame like this is going to run you about $1,400. Oh, I want you to check. They will never print this again. The edition sold out in minutes. Why? Because the computers now, it's called sniper bidding. They can just, you do a computer program, you can buy anything. All right, my friends, if you want a home run, and if you want history, go to my computer, Banksy Explained. Anybody can see the video. There is the gymnast. Could you imagine going to work and coming home and that's your house? The one that breaks my heart is not the judo throw. It's a little kid throwing Putin, David and Goliath. They made it into stamps. I bought them the second they came out. Children on a tank trap. Very poignant. Man in a bathtub. That would be my mom. That would be my mom. In the middle of the war, she'd try to put out the fire. That would be my mom. And it started as, well, you can see what kind of graffiti that is. Whoopsie, sorry. I don't know why And so he added the fire truck to put out, it's kind of Duchampian. This is the one that breaks my heart. A policeman who lived in Kyiv bought a basement apartment so he would be safe. The drone strike hit right in his apartment, hit the side of the building. Right. He lived there. That was his living room. There was a policeman in there. He's gone. That's where the drone hit. History for the taking. Do you know what these sell for? $10,000. I've gotten a $1,400 frame. I know it's not for everybody, but historically, it is truly important. Historically, it is truly important. Let's go back to the art. And not all great art is what we call palatable. It is confrontational. It is Duchampian. It is surreal. If you want to hit a home run, my goodness. Now, it does have museum paper. This one is one of my favorites. One moment, please. I'm going to have to blink. It's not loading. Okay, you see this one right here? It's from an unsigned limited edition. But when Matthew Perry died in his hot tub, the star of Friends, he owned one. Not this one. They auctioned it off. Because of that auction, the price went up. I've got half the price of the frame and the art is free. You see what's happening here? Celebrity. When Matthew Perry died, not this one, not this one. Matthew Perry had one of the edition. These are not signed. But because one of the edition was owned, edition of 300, they just raised the price. Oh, they just raised the price. It's gone up. Okay, let's go back. And that's a print. You sure you don't want to bid $50? Here's another one that kind of reminds me of the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy. Go to my computer. And it's a little bit of a pun, tongue-in-cheek. I don't know. $52,000, not signed. Sure you don't want to bid $50? You sure you don't want to bid $50? All right, the clock is running out. Banksy is, let's go back to the art. Banksy is, like it or not, the number one artist of our time. Number one street artist. You have to be cautious. Now here's the one I enjoy so much. Go to my computer. It's on eBay right now. $10,000. But it's not a Banksy. It's an homage to Banksy by Mr. Brainwash. We used to have Mr. Brainwash on the show, but he got so big. Oh gosh, he got too big for this show. That's not a Banksy. It's a Mr. Brainwash. Let's go back to the art. I am half the price of the frame, and the art is free. I guess everybody's got to get up for work in the morning, I guess. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Holy mackerel. We're half the price of the frame. All right, and here we go. Ay, 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 ay. There's no limit. Go to my computer. This is a reproduction. Oh, price upon request. I already know how much it is. It's $100,000. Go back to the art. I already know how much it is. I beg your pardon. It's $149,000. Go to my computer. I found it. They're a fine, ethical company. Nothing wrong with that. Georgetown Frame Shop is famous. They're the best. But they have one. I don't have one. Let's go back to the art. A $50 bid. Guys, you're half the price of the frame. I'm yelling. I'm sorry. I take it back. Sorry. Grumpy old coot. I know. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. And one of my all-time favorites, and isn't it funny? Go to my computer. Did you know Banksy did an homage? Let's go to my computer. To Basquiat, yes. $95,000. It's $95,000. Edition of 300. Let's go back to the art. All right, I am half the price of the frame. Oh, and I do want to let you know, let's go to my computer. Why should I buy this? Let's go. There it is right there. The Lady Diana on the Banksy of England. Let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. I know we're going to get like 10. We've got to move on. We've got about 20 minutes left in the show. This will be the buy of the night, buy of the month. I don't even know. Yeah, we have, wow. All right, we are all fair. And that is the buy of the year. I don't even know what to say. Going once, going twice. Sold. Salvador Domingo.
Right after the title.
In the 20-year history of the fine art auction, this is the most important Salvador Dali we've ever had. Now, I know it's not for everyone. It's a museum piece, but it is so full of symbolism and the autobiography of Salvador Dali, it is beyond important. Now, I think we've all heard of the ancient Greek legend, fable, story of Saturn. Saturn devoured 5 of his children because a prophetess said that one of them would usurp his throne and overthrow him. It's a gruesome story. But at the same time, there is a great painting. Oh gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Goya, I know the Goya one that inspired this, but it wasn't Rembrandt. I have it written down on my desk, but I'll refer to it in a moment, and I'll show you. No, it wasn't Velázquez. Anyhow, this image,
I can't tell you, there's been hundreds of artists.
Yeah, Saturn, yeah, you're right, there's been many, but the symbolism of this one, with the ship, and that to me looks like a flying saucer, with the, in any event. But there are so many elements of this that are profound. Number one is the craftsmanship. If we could come in on the tendrils of hair, this was inspired by the drawings of Leonardo da Vinci. The drawer was inspired by his personal visit with Sigmund Freud. Salvador Dali read about, look at the bones inside. Salvador Dali read about Sigmund Freud and actually was psychoanalyzed by Sigmund Freud. After the session was over, there was a gaggle of reporters standing on the sidewalk. Dali refused to comment. When Sigmund Freud came out, they waited hours. They said, how did it go? What do you think of Salvador Dali? And Sigmund Freud rubbed his beard and he said out loud, Salvador Dali is the most sane man I've ever met. And during that meeting, he learned about compartmentalization. I know all of us have had tragedy in their life. I've had my share. And we put that away. We compartmentalize. This is also an image of his father as the average bureaucrat, but I want you to look at the lines that are in the eyebrows. I'm going to get a magnifying glass. I think this is one of the most technically superior engravings in the entire catalog. The workmanship on this is unsurpassed. It's just, yeah, I'll leave it up to Dave. Again, the turbulent lines are inspired by the study of hydraulics by Leonardo da Vinci, of which Salvador Dali was an ardent admirer. Down here, I think we have Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. And I think that's going through you can tell by the shape of the ship, which Salvador Dali wrote about many, many times. The signature on the bottom is very huge. The physical dimension of the prints is about the biggest that we've had. There are only 20. Let's go to the certificate. If you want rarity, it is Saturn. Reference in the Albert Field catalog and the Michler-Lopsinger catalog. The original etching and heliogravure is in color on Japan paper. It is hand-signed and numbered by the artist in the lower margin. It is number 6 of 20 in the world. Printed in 1963. I don't know the entire tirage. But I do know this is, on the Japan paper, is the rarest. Extremely rare and important. As you know, I lectured at the Dali Museum for 3.5 years. I was there opening day. I was the first docent, which is a volunteer. I gave the first tour at the Dali Museum. I've never seen this till today. I've seen it, photographs. It is huge. It is absolutely massive. I don't think we've had anything like it. That's 3 feet. It is 46 by 41. That's 4 feet right there. The line, the quality of line, the study of human anatomy, the gravitas. Now, what is the symbolism? One other thing I forgot to point out was it is portrayed in Salvador Dali's backyard. That little island is right off of his backyard. You can see that from his back porch. How do I know? I've been there. That's the Bay of Port Lagat. I think that island is called Las Rosas. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I haven't been there 30 years. But do you know what it is? It's symbolic of Salvador Dali's and Picasso's hatred of Franco. In 1938, Franco led the Spanish Civil War, and Picasso said he would never go back to Spain as long as Franco was alive, and it's true, he didn't. He lived in Paris and then on the French Riviera. He lived in France all of his life. He did travel. But during World War II, Salvador Dali spent the war, because he was a surrealist, and the Nazis said, oh, he makes surrealist art, let's kill him. So he fled to United States. For a while, he lived at the Hotel St. Regis in Manhattan, and then he moved to Monterey. Yeah, he lived in Monterey, California. There's a museum there that I've been meaning to go to. It is my opinion, and many others, and many others, that this is a way of, let me say it properly, of doing a political criticism of Franco, because Franco ate his own children. Franco devoured Spain. Let me get back to the correct. The symbolism here is Saturn devouring his son. And this is what, it was Peter Paul Rubens. Now I remember. Go to my computer. Peter Paul Rubens had done a painting, a magnificent masterpiece of Saturn devouring his children, but one of the most beloved artists in the history of Spain that Salvador Dali admired openly was Francisco Goya. And what a life he had. Yeah, he painted insane asylums, but in any event, when Goya was old, he lived in what was called the Quinta del Sordo. It was a very controversial, well, his palace, but he painted the walls black, and that is the painting, Saturn devouring his children. This is my favorite. It's called The Dog. Do you see the dog? He's looking up a hill. I wish I could have gave you a better close-up. That one's called The Dog. And these are very dark paintings. And these are precursors to, there is a fight to the death, a duel with cudgels, heavy staffs. So you see that these are quite dark works of art, very controversial. Let's go back to the art. And one of them in the palace, the Quinta del Sordo, was covered with 14 paintings that Goya himself called the Black Paintings. It was done in the last years of his life. They're very haunting. It was a very bleak outlook on humanity. And in 1819, when Goya was 72 years old, he moved into a 2-story house just outside of Madrid that was called Quinta del Sordo, the deaf man. One of the things that led to Francisco Goya's bouts of depression, like Van Gogh, was deafness. He couldn't hear. And ironic, because the house had been named after the previous owner, the man who lived there before Goya, was deaf. It was called Quinta del Sordo before Goya got there. And Goya moved in to the deaf man's house. Like I said, this is a true masterpiece. And the original painting was seen by Salvador Dali and Peter Paul Rubens at the Prado Museum in Spain, because as the building got older, the walls began to crumble. So the nation of Spain, go to my computer, with the help of the Prado Museum, this is the National Museum of Spain, transferred the work of art, restored them, and now the painting hangs. Sorry, I've enlarged it too much. Now the painting hangs, restored, in the Prado Museum in Spain. It is one of their greatest treasures. It is one of their greatest treasures. So, of course, Salvador Dali saw it, and it left a great impression on him for the rest of his life. Let's go back to the art. Now, there is another painting that is, like I said, very, very beautiful. Saturn devouring his son. It is, okay, in Greek myth, this giant is called Cronus, but the Romans called him Saturn after the planet. And like I said, he feared that his children would overthrow him. It was foretold by a prophetess. Saturn is still considered the god of time, the god of abundance, wealth, agriculture. Agriculture, because he's a symbol of periodic renewal and liberation. His reign was in the golden age of abundance. Now, Saturn, if you go back to ancient Greek, ancient Rome's, the most famous Roman festival is Saturnalia, a time of feasting, speech giving, gift giving, party time. Matter of fact, today in America, every week we have Saturday, and that is named after Saturn. And like I said, is the god of agriculture, because really the basis of Saturn's name is Satus, which means sowing of seeds, to plant seeds. And yes, I'm going to say it. It is a very powerful work of art. And I would love, I have been, and I'm not exaggerating, I have been to the Salvador Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida, over 300 times. And because I lectured there every Saturday and Sunday for 3.5 years. I never missed. And I've never seen this. I have never seen this at the Dali Museum. Now, in modern times, this would be considered a criticism of war and Goya. Ladies and gentlemen, because a similar work has sold for $44,000, I think we're a little bit underbid on this one. I think you might want to jump in. What I'd love to do is, are there any tax people watching? I would like to buy it and donate it to the Dali Museum and take the tax write-off, but I don't know the law. I don't know. I'm getting ready to donate to the Dali Museum. I have a collection of rare photographs I think they would like. I tried to donate some of my prints, and they said, no, we already have too many of those. It's true. I wrote them a letter. I said, I have some Divine Comedy prints of duplicates. They said, no, we're good. They literally sent me a letter and said, what else you got? An email. Yes, and yeah, I think Tony is correct on that. Because this one, a similar composition, not exact, go to my computer, a similar composition, that one sold for $442,000. That one sold, the hammer fell, oh gosh, go back. Yeah, there, no, what? With buyer's premium, $442,000 for a print. And it's very similar in composition. Very small signature. But it does contain the drawers. Let's go back to the art. I'll buy it. I truly would love to own this. And again, I know it's not for everybody. We've had challenging works of art before. If you like art history and the fact that it is, how can I say it? Anti-war. It is anti-war. It is a... It is a symbolic rebellion against Franco. And even Picasso said, I will never step foot in Spain as long as Franco is alive. Kronos, the god of time. All right, we approach the final 2 minutes. Get your bid in. We're getting to the final.
I have no problem saying we're $21,000 under bid.
Tony just said we're $21,000 under bid. It's got to be. When a similar sold for $440,000, we're a tenth of a penny on the dollar of the record. It is magnificent. Now, again, like I said, I'm the first to admit it's challenging. But there's so much symbolism in this, and so much.
All art is going to be pretty.
Right.
It's not supposed to.
Right.
48.
Underbid. We approach the final minute, and we will sell it. We don't back out. The only time I've ever pulled a work of art from an auction is we had no bid. We had nothing. All right, there is the final minute on my mark. 1 minute. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. On behalf of everyone here at the Fine Art Auction, thank you. Thank you for watching. Whether you bid and got a Dali or a Rembrandt or Picasso, thank you. And, you know, we have a lot of people that just watch and just enjoy. And I'm grateful for that too, because I think by looking at art, being around art, thinking about art, it makes you a better person, brings out your higher self. We've had a pretty rough year, so I think it wouldn't hurt you to go to a museum and do your homework. There's another thing that I've discovered that can really change your outlook on life. Plant a tree. We need trees, especially out west. Have you heard what they're doing in Africa? 1 billion trees, and 1 billion trees in China. Try to plant one with a kid. We broadcast every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and only here at the Fine Art Auction. And I'll see you at the auction. We're still bidding.